Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome. It is January 12th, and this is the RambleCast. I got a late start today. You can see that. You know that. It's you know how it goes. You know exactly how it goes. It's been one of those days where every single thing just seems to be running a little slow. To that point, I still actually have to open up some of the topics for today. Sweet, they synced over. Let's pop those open now and make sure I actually have a window share that will take them. It's always helpful. Let's see, that is that one. Hooray, we even found it. Right where it belongs. So dude, it does need to be resized. So, wow, a spam bot practically right off the bat. I feel so special. Bye-bye, spam bot. And hello to Austin. How you doing, man? Happy to have you here. So, I honestly thought this was going to be like the deadest episode, because it feels like nothing happened this week. And it turns out it's actually been kind of a dramatic week in its own oddball way. Oh, I sized that very wrong. Let's see, is that about right? Oh, OBS, you are such a pain to use. Okay. Yeah, that looks like I got it right. Okay. So, yeah, I really did not think that there was going to be much to talk about, but it turns out a lot of little topics kind of popped up this week, and I'm not going to say that they're the most interesting, but it feels like it feels like a lot of stuff really didn't get, like there wasn't big stuff, but there was a lot of little oddball details. So, I kind of feel like actually starting off with maybe one of the bigger topics, even though nothing has actually happened yet. Oh, Austin, you're an RCS hell. Just want to use a VPN and have RCS Verizon. Yeah, I hadn't actually fully read that string of stuff yet, but yeah, what the hell is going on? Seriously. Let's see. From the general chat room, Verizon's RCS hub was just turned on. I guess that's what was happening. It's nice to be back on RCS and have the VPN on. But RCS is broken, is what it looks like I'm seeing. So, yeah. Why is it that this stuff has to... Like, at this point, you'd think this technology would be worked out. I gotta admit, I'm a little confused by this, too. Wait, why did... Okay. I missed seeing what that was, but I've got random notifications appearing on my phones. Anyway. Hey, Carson, how's it going? Glad to have you here. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with the RCS, but yeah. It feels like, without knowing the details, I have this nagging suspicion carriers still want to have a cut of that. They just don't want to... They're just not committed to it yet. Or worse, maybe they are committed and they're just really that far behind. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, so let's see. I love how, by the way, I know you guys can't see this, but I love how I can look at OBS. I see the chat widget in OBS. A message pops up. And then I look to my actual chat window that is large enough to actually read the text, and no big messages popped up for like 10 seconds. So half the time when you guys probably think I can see a message, I still can't see it for like a good, I don't know how long, but a good many seconds. Let's see, Austin. Yeah, it lasts about 10 minutes, which is respectable, but not in terms of a messaging app. So does that mean for about 10 minutes you had both? Or for 10 minutes it was broken and then you got it all back? I've got this hunch it's only for about 10 minutes they both worked. Because that seems like a 2020ism. This year feels like it's going to be a lot of teases as we almost get things and then don't. And if in any way, shape, or form you think I'm referencing politics, you might be right. But this will not be political. So, but funny enough, we are going to sort of dance into something that is loosely politically topical. And yes, that is the FTC basically saying, you know what? We're convinced Meta is a problem. Meta, of course, being Facebook, for whatever reason, people are respecting Facebook's decision to change the company's name. Which, I know that sounds like a petty thing to say, but seriously, it's such a terrible name. Everyone should just collectively agree it's still Facebook. But anyway, so this has been reported extensively. It's kind of everywhere, but in case you haven't heard, the FTC has basically given the go-ahead for a lawsuit against basically a lawsuit against Meta that pushes to have Facebook split up with Instagram and WhatsApp. The assertion being that they have created a monopoly and have been basically predatory in forcing companies out of competition, or rather destroying competition by either buying up competitors, i.e. Instagram and WhatsApp, or they have basically used their weight and prevalence to shut down or otherwise minimize the capabilities of their competitors to actually be competitive. And to this I say, woohoo! Sorry if that blew anyone's eardrums. Yeah, cheers. I mean, this is good. It needs to happen. Look, I am a keen believer that sometimes companies need to be big. Sometimes they need to have relatively little or almost no competition, if not possibly no competition, to actually accomplish really big, good things. I actually do believe in that. But this is an instance where any claim of that sort is total, utter, ridiculous BS. Undisputably, Facebook does not have to be the biggest social network. It even can be the biggest, but the fact that they have shuttered so many others, or rather prevented so many others from gaining any sort of ground, is staggering. The mere fact that, which is funny because even while saying this, there are so many people, and it is almost kind of like a meme how much like Zoomers and even millennials do not use Facebook. But Facebook has really shut out so many. And in large part because of Instagram, where a lot of people use Facebook, they don't necessarily use Instagram. And where a lot of people will choose to use Instagram, they don't necessarily use Facebook. The thing about this is, it's sort of like walking up to a store shelf. A lot of people don't know this, but a lot of the beer that is made that is sold in this country comes from two companies. Likewise, go to your toothpaste aisle. how many companies are represented in your toothpaste aisle? Now, fun fact, you may have noticed this. Crest and Colgate and wait, was there another one? Now I'm blanking, but I'm trying to think. Here's the thing. Oh, and by the way, you could also say this about soda companies. You can say this about a few others. They have a massive number of flavors. Those flavors take up massive shelf space. They don't, the individual companies are very small in representation. Like, there are 2 to 3 companies that take up almost the entire shelf space in a grocery store. But when you get down to it, you're only still buying just variations from the same 2 to 3 companies in almost all of these markets. Well, with social networks, in theory, you could have a bunch of little splinter social networks, but that wouldn't really make a lot of sense. The thing is, though, Facebook has accomplished what is effectively that same notion on the internet. They own 2 of the biggest social networks that there are, Facebook and Instagram. So even when people don't use one, chances are they're using the other. And at this stage, it is actually anti-competitive. They are doing everything they can to force other social networks out of relevance. And I get it. It's good business. It makes sense. But at this stage, they are hostile and anti-competitive. That much is a given. As for WhatsApp, I mean, we could argue all day and all night about how Facebook Messenger is already a fairly significant messaging service, and we could argue all day and night about how relevant WhatsApp is to the world and how it's maybe arguably not that significant with the US, because let's be honest, the US doesn't care about WhatsApp. If there was a messaging service out there that gripped US users, let's be honest, at the top of the list is still, as terrible as it is, SMS, arguably MMS too, followed very closely behind by iMessage, followed very closely behind by a very large gap between second and third place. Yeah, we don't have anything else that has a massive number, but I'm guessing Facebook Messenger probably is third. Actually, I wonder if there's statistics on that. There should be. Let's quickly search. Let's see, US instant messaging market share. No, I guess that should be United States. Now, fine, we'll put in the space. In the US, okay, Facebook Messenger is number 1. Yeah, I don't care beyond that. So, anyway, well, I guess we'll pull up this chart. This should probably tell us quite a bit. Okay. View image. Boo. Okay. Fine, we'll pop to this one. Any better? Nope. Why is that not working? Okay, how about this chart? Come on. Is something broken? This button always works for me. Huh. I've never had that not work. Okay, well. Yeah, that's barely readable. Alright, I guess we'll just, I don't know, visit a site. Ew. Disgusting. Austin, if WhatsApp gets split, you're gonna 100% move everyone you know to there. I know we could... I'm just going to say, please don't. For their sake, don't. It's not as a, like, oh my god, I have something against WhatsApp as a messaging service. It's not. It's that I have everything against WhatsApp as a software. WhatsApp has had so many security faults. It is considered its own target for security exploit. Like it is amazing how much stuff hackers have done to WhatsApp. I mean, we're talking about remote code execution. That's the word I was going for. Remote code execution. Tons and tons of issues with privacy being easily violated. Let's see. People have figured out how to send messages as other people. People figured out how to intercept messages, even encrypted messages. The list just goes on and on. There's so many problems with WhatsApp. Please don't. Just please. It's do your friends a favor and do not get them on WhatsApp. That being said, I know it sucks, but there's just so much, just no one else is really competitive enough. And it's not like we're ever really going to get an all hands on board messaging service, not unless RCS magically becomes the success story that everyone wishes it could, but it obviously never will. That being said, who knows? Maybe. I mean, Google is now making its hard push, calling out iMessage. Who knows? Maybe if RCS can be supported in iMessage, if that day does come, maybe, just maybe, we'll see it work out. Wow, why is... I just okay, Jan 2020. Do we have anything recent? Okay, this page is outdated as can be, but whatever. Can we find... Yeah, okay. Statista. Is this current? No, that's from 2018. Of course it is. Why would anything be current? But, I mean, this does say quite a bit. The mere fact that a few years ago, WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger dominated messaging this much, that says so much. I mean, this is ridiculous how much of a lead they had. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but Facebook does not need to have this much dominance over the users on the internet. This is a problem for one company to have this much. So, yes, cheers. All that being said, I'm going to quickly call out one counterpoint, and dare I say I'm technically giving, I don't want to call it legal advice, but I'm giving strategic advice to Facebook on this. If you really want to stop people from trying to split up your companies, stop treating them like completely different companies. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You can't split up Google Maps. Google Maps as a singular thing. You just can't. It doesn't make sense. You can't say, oh, hey, we're going to split it up geographically. You can't say, oh, hey, create a splinter company that does the same thing. You can't tell it to break off a lot of its other stuff because none of that would make sense. Sure, you could force the advertising side of Google Maps to be a separate company, but then Google Maps has no way of making money. That doesn't make sense. It would be like telling Twitter, hey, you're allowed to host messages, but you can't make money off of anything, so, you know, don't try. Like, that doesn't work either. So yeah, you know, Facebook, if you really wanted to get all sneaky and stuff, be smart about it and find ways to integrate your stuff so it really can't be separated anymore. That's how you win this fight. I'm resizing that window just a little bit. Perfect, I think. Or closer to perfect. Looks like it splits correctly. All right. So, the thing is, this is now just... The FTC can now move forward with a lawsuit. That's pretty much the main thrust of this. Sadly, this could mean it'll be months before we actually see any sort of forward motion on this. And even once we get there, this is going to be a multi-year process. The likelihood that this is going to be resolved in a single case, and I mean, it could be, but it won't be a quick case. It's probably not going to be a single case. There will probably be multiple cases stemming from this. I wouldn't be surprised if the first one rules against Facebook and then Facebook appeals. All of this is a possibility, but we'll see. This is going to become such a massive story. Because think about it, when's the last time we actually saw a true antitrust case like this? I mean, attempts have been made to target Google, but they've mostly fallen by the wayside because a lot of people can't really bring a good example of where Google is a true monopoly, where Google is abusing its power. I mean, Google has certainly abused its power, but in most ways not monopolistic, or not as a monopoly. They've just abused power in their control or production of things, which does not technically mean a monopoly. All that being said, I have a funny feeling Facebook's gonna have a much harder time with this. And the last time we saw something of this scale and a company actually getting slapped legitimately hard, it was Microsoft. And chances are, before some of you were even alive, it was when Microsoft got hit, which is saying a lot. Austin, you don't need the sarcasm on that. Yeah, the EU, I swear, the EU really is having, maybe not weekly, but it's not far from it. Their antitrust cases are just off the charts. Keep in mind, we don't actually hear about all of it. We hear about the stuff that targets Google, and every once in a while they kind of knock the ball around and say, should we target Apple this week? Nah, we'll wait. But man, they have had multiple antitrust lawsuits against Microsoft after the US lost interest in pursuing Microsoft. They have had multiple antitrust cases against their own companies in the EU. They target stuff on a surprisingly common basis. We really just do not hear about it. They've also gone after a lot of their carriers. Their cellular carriers. I can't speak today. Wow, I'm tongue-tying myself. But their own cellular carriers have received a lot of guff over having too large a market share in some cases. I mean, they really do actually take a very active role in keeping their companies smaller. So yeah, anyway, I'm in favor of seeing Facebook get called out. This needed to happen. It needs to happen sooner, I think. That being said, the one thing I think is going to come slapping back is how they're going to end up splitting these off. What ends up happening? Because this is sort of you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. You could split up Facebook and Instagram, and sure, you can split off WhatsApp. But how are you going to keep these two companies from colluding to still hold the large majority of users? you really, like, you can go so far, you can impose some restrictions, but that doesn't make them do anything. It doesn't force them to do anything. It doesn't force them to start competing with each other. And given their size, the fact is, it also doesn't force them to actually, you know, even if they compete with each other, it doesn't force them to not still abuse or try to tear down their competitors. So, you know, just saying, I don't know that you fix this even with a split up. Like, if you split along the obvious lines. So, I have a feeling there may need to be other regulations put on a split to force a correction in the market. But we shall see. All that being said, it would be an incredibly tumultuous time if somebody were to start up another social network that had any chance of riding that perfectly timed wave. We'll see what happens. Also, I'm waiting for the political blowback, because this is going to be an interesting one. You've got a lot of people who I think are reasonably concerned that Facebook is just too big and too powerful. You have a whole lot of other people who think Facebook is evil, which is funny how many of those same people actively use it. And you also have Facebook objectively playing a large part in political avenues, particularly advertising. So let's be honest, Facebook can play dirty in this case, and they can pick and choose who they want to allow to advertise. They can pick and choose politicians that they basically want to bring down. So anyone who targets Facebook closely enough can also be a potential victim of Facebook. So just throwing that out there, a thing to consider. Carson, all these people in legislation use iPhones. They don't want their experience hindered. Yep, that's exactly it. I wish that weren't the case, but it's exactly the reason. And a lot of them use MacBooks. A lot of them use Apple products in general. A lot of them want to see Apple succeed. And also, it's harder to build a narrative that makes Apple seem like the bad guy. Because while Apple does plenty of things that are pretty iffy, the reality is Apple doesn't hold a monopoly in hardly anything. It can be argued that they have the iMessage monopoly kind of going, but it's hard to argue that when iPhones still only make up slightly over half. Is that true right now? This shifts so much I can never keep straight. Smartphone market share by country, sure. Oh wait, no. Yeah, let's just go United States. Yeah, November seems like a good... Where's our legend? Wait, what? Oh. Okay, so Apple owns about 47% of the market share, Samsung with 34%. We're just looking US, of course. Wow, Lenovo is that high? That I would not have guessed. Huh. And obviously that's Lenovo and Motorola combined, but I'm curious about this. I was hearing OnePlus had fallen behind Google in number, but this chart's showing OnePlus, and then obviously Google is getting wrapped up in others. Oh wait, am I? No, I'm looking at Q3 2021. Um, I mean, I guess Q4 might. Let's see, do we have anything newer? I'm not sure we're gonna get much newer than November 22nd. So what does Statista say? I have a feeling, oh, wow. Statista has a very different impression of, oh wait, that's Q2 as the most recent. Is that sales for just the quarter? It just says market share. So presumably this would be shipments. The thing is, I don't know that we really have a good way of seeing what the market share of actual usage is. Manufacturer market share, sales, and led by Apple and Samsung. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is going to relate to in terms of usage. Hey, Spambot. Why must you guys keep hanging out? And why can't Google do something about you? Please. Or if you're going to come by, at least actually show up as a viewer. Okay, so Carson is proposing this one, which has mobile vendor market share in US. So this one is proposing Apple has 60%. Out of curiosity, I love how these are three different. I suppose we could go by smartphone. How about OS? Just, I feel like this might go a little bit further in. Well, of course, that's gonna same source basically. Wait, so it has Android as only basically 40.5%. I'm a little skeptical, but okay. So presumably this has Apple as high as 60%. All right. Anyway, though this has it never dropping in the last year, this presumably has it dropping only as low as 56.7%. I'm skeptical. I mean, that could be accurate, but I'm a little skeptical that maybe this is favoring Apple a little too much. Because the only way that makes sense is if, I suppose, okay, I'm skeptical. Awesome. What is Samsung OS? Sorry, I'm kind of hopping between two different tabs that are very similar. Okay, so the mobile vendor market share, this is the one where Apple, here's Apple at the top. This is Samsung as the smartphone manufacturer. Then popping up, oh, I see. The mobile operating system. You're looking at this one, the, you can't see my mouse cursor, but all these lines down here, nobody can see any of that stuff anyway. We'll just turn off these others. So yeah, this one, Samsung OS, I'm sure that is Tizen. It should be. Did Tizen launch in the US? No, it did not. I'm not sure where they're getting this, but I have a feeling, my hunch is that there are software developers and a random few imports and maybe people using VPNs from other countries to get their phones into the US, as in connecting as if they are US connections. There may be tourists who are bringing in Tizen phones. Basically, this small fraction of people have Tizen phones just because. It's not like they couldn't be imported. It's not like, oh, maybe it's smartwatches. Yeah, that would make sense too. Let's see. Yeah, no, you're probably right. Smartwatches actually makes a lot of sense. But I'm sure there's some small number of legitimate, legitimate Tizen phones in the US. They may be few and far between, but 0.27% seems really high even for that. I agree. It does, but if you're factoring in smartwatches and how many smartwatches Samsung practically gave away with its phones, I kind of see that. I think that could make some sense. And again, it would be aided by some of the other stuff I mentioned. I think we'd be surprised how many software developers are in the US that actually would have Tizen phones. There are a fair number of companies that would have had to build software experiences for Tizen. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have phones hooked up somewhere that are every day they're getting fired up, they're running tests, and that's about it. Like, they're just there enough to run tests. And as a result, they do technically make a measurable count. For what it's worth, I find this hilarious. Windows Phone still accounts for 0.01%. Okay. Good for you guys. Good for you. I'm skeptical that should be a thing, but all right. Truthfully, that seems high, and I feel like they rounded up. Out of curiosity, this dotted. Oh, I can't even put my mouse over it and get any result. What is unknown? Unknown also registers as 1%. Unknown is Firefox OS. Or Firefox Mobile OS, or whatever it's called. I'm kidding, of course. Nobody's using that. But alright, anyway. So what was I even saying? Kind of lost the thread on this one. But yeah, the reality, I think it was something about instant messaging. The reality is, even if companies get split up, I'm not convinced that we're going to see any real motion or success just by splitting up companies. There's going to have to be a market correction to revitalize some of the competition. Oh, let's see. If I'd scrolled up, KaiOS apparently shows up in this list for some reason. Not gonna lie, that's surprising. Let's see, was there anything back here? As far as manufacturers go, Google makes up 2.38%. Honestly, not bad. Not good. Not good enough, but not terrible. Seeing as LG is still in this list at 3.32%, let's be honest, that number is going to go away really fast. And forgive me for saying so, but I think it bears saying, LG, how many people think that market, that 3.32%, when they upgrade their phones, how many people think they're going to go to, where do you think people are going to go, rather? Some of them, I'm sure they'll split off in various directions. Some of them will go to iPhones, a few of them will go to Motorola. But I've got a weird hunch. We're going to see a large portion of that get split between OnePlus and Google. I could be wrong, because LG, I mean, we're talking about one of the more heavily modified interfaces. They're more similar to Samsung than any other company in terms of like what they would do to their phones. That being said, my feeling is the people who are on LG phones, that the ones that weren't given LG phones by their company, because remember, a large part of LG's market was companies that were buying LG phones to give to their employees. But my hunch is that all of those people who are on LG phones that have a choice in what they get, I have a feeling they were on LG because they didn't want to be on Apple or Samsung phones. And LG was just the next most recognizable and familiar company. Part of me thinks that a lot of those people are probably going to lean towards Motorola, Google, OnePlus. I think they're people who are trying to avoid going to Apple and Samsung. Obviously, it's not going to be all going one direction, and obviously not all of them are going to be avoiding the big guys, but it's just my feeling. I don't think you pick LG because you want to. I think you pick LG because it's the thing that you feel is fighting the big guys. Anyway, so this has gone so far off topic, but yeah, this is my loose read on it. Okay, so switching topics a little bit, and we did just kind of bounce over to the subject of smartwatches. So let's enjoy this little one. If you are a lefty, or if you are a righty that doesn't like the orientation of the buttons on your smartwatch, you'll be able to change this. You'll be able to fix it. Finally, this is something that has apparently been in the works for 4 years, or rather has been requested for 4 years. Oh, wait. Oh, I just realized there was something I meant to hit in that. Hold on. Sorry. Backing up a little bit. Where was the quote? Okay. Sorry. Going back to the Facebook antitrust case, I want to read their specific claim, or rather their comment. Their statement reads, "We're confident the evidence will reveal the fundamental weakness of the claims. Our investments in Instagram and WhatsApp transformed them into what they are today. They have been good for competition and good for the people and businesses that choose to use our products." Holy crap, is that a load of bullshit? You cannot pretend for a second that they have been good for competition. Get out of here. Like, you can argue. I'm totally okay with Facebook making the argument. I am totally good with Facebook making an argument that they invested in Instagram and WhatsApp and made them better. Honestly, I don't agree with the definition of better in this case. I think Instagram was made worse. But, okay, sure. Sure, you can make this claim. That would be an opinion rather than an objective fact. So, hey, subjectivity factors in here. You can make that claim. But claiming that they've been good for competition, get the hell out of here. Please. No. You can't. No. Like, we've seen Google make some pretty iffy claims when they've been accused of antitrust or accused of market domination in weird ways. I mean, come on. Who hasn't read a Google statement and gone, okay, guys, like, you're kind of claiming to be saints. We know you're kind of maybe devils in this story. Okay, yeah, but the thing is, at least a lot of Google's claims feel like there's some genuine, we didn't mean to do bad. Even if we did bad, we at least didn't mean it. And a lot of their claims still have that element of truth to them. Like, yes, this particular thing looks this way, but, you know, we had to do this in order to maintain, like, in order to keep the Play Store from containing malware. Yes, we had to restrict certain apps. We had to kick some apps off. We have to, we have to have our own process. And we don't want to let in other payment services because we can't manage what happens when customers try to do refunds and things like that. These are all completely valid, reasonable, justified arguments, even if they also conveniently lead to some maybe not best business practices. Facebook saying they've been good for competition. Holy horse shit. No, they haven't. No one can make that claim. No one can argue, yeah, we own the two biggest social networks and we've either bought or squashed all the others. Really? Who here thinks that was good for competition? Show of hands. Anybody? Anybody? Yeah, I didn't think so. I know I'm not exactly waiting for anyone to respond, but yeah, come on. Not good for competition, please. Google is still way less evil than Facebook. Okay. I mean, that probably is true. I tend to agree. I'm more inclined to say that neither one is expressly evil, so much as Facebook is more cynical. Google still tries to do good things, even when they're doing bad things. This is like the robots that say, for the protection of humans, we're going to take away all of humans' freedom. Like, you did something maybe bad, but you at least had some sort of good intention. I don't think anyone can make that claim about Facebook. Facebook is straight up trying to just be the bad. Anyway, so going back to smartwatches. So a comment from Google's developers regarding smartwatches after fixing an issue tracker bug. Carson, Facebook's data and privacy management tools are still so messy. Yeah, and that's on purpose. Like, they want that to be complicated, confusing. They don't even make it that easy to find. Like, it's not the hardest thing to find if you look or take some time, but yeah, they don't want people to take control of their privacy. And they don't give options for all of the stuff. And they don't properly explain all of the things. Just like Facebook doesn't always give you options to control things you really need control of, like what kinds of notifications you get. They could limit a lot of stuff, and they don't. Facebook is... It is horrendous. I hate Facebook so much. As in using it. I hate using it. As a company, I'm not going to hate Facebook. I'm going to be justifiably cynical and say, yeah, Facebook does bad things to everybody. But yeah, anyway, so circling back to smartwatches again. Probably not for the last time. But yeah, so they're going to fix smartwatches so that you will have some method of making it so that they are basically so that they can be oriented in effectively any direction. Well, maybe not any direction, but so that you could presumably swap them left and right so that their buttons are oriented whatever way suits the user. So let's say, for example, if I wore my watch, hey, let's switch back. So hooray for easy demonstration purposes. So let's say I wear my watch this way. If you're one of those people that accidentally presses the buttons when your wrist comes up, you would presumably be able to reorient your watch like this. So the buttons will now be pointed back towards your upper arm. Stadia just sent me a notification. Play for free. PUBG Battlegrounds. Yeah, okay. But, yeah, so No specifics on what form this will come in, though. Let's be honest, it's almost certainly going to come in the form of a couple of toggles that'll just let you switch which side the watch is going to be treated as and what orientation the buttons are going to be. And as the AP article points out, this basically would presumably remap it, so it'll presumably flip the display, remap the buttons so that the top button will be treated as the bottom button and vice versa. The scroll wheel direction would obviously be rotated or flipped. The catch to all of this, as the comment says, this will apply to future new devices. That is 2 qualifiers right there. Future new devices. So in all likelihood, that will not apply to anything that currently exists. Why this is, we don't know, but presumably it could just be a hardware thing, like a driver issue or something like that. It's also it just logically, I have a feeling this probably will only be a Wear OS 3 thing, not something that comes to Wear OS 2, even with future new devices that will be running Wear OS 2. Not that there should be too many more of those. Seriously, if any company at this point comes out with a Wear OS 2 watch, I'm sorry, I will straight up make fun of them. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that there's anything wrong with Wear OS 2 watches coming out. But I think any company that is doing it is making a bad decision. They will be releasing a watch unless they can say, no, seriously, like, it's going to have Wear OS 3 on launch day or within the month. Maybe they'll say that. Maybe they will. So there would be nothing wrong with coming out with something then. But honestly, like, it's just such a bad story to be coming out with something running the old software when everyone knows the new software is coming very, very soon. So you're just throwing away a product release, I think. Possibly. We don't know. But it's possible. So anyway, cheers to this. I'm one of those people. I absolutely hate. So I wear my watch left-handed. On my left hand. So I do wear it like this, which does have the buttons, like, whenever it sits high enough on my wrist that when my hand bends back, I constantly hit the button that opens the app list. I mean, all the time. Always happens. So I'm pretty okay with the idea. I think it would be a good idea to flip this. I'm a little reluctant because I kind of don't want the scroll to be on the other side, because, you know, as I flipped the wrong way. I gotta say, like, part of me is not gonna want to reach to the other side so I can scroll. That, I think, would suck. But I don't know. I also hate accidentally pressing the buttons when I don't need to. So to be fair, a lot of this stuff could be handled if they just put the scroll, or handled the scroll wheel differently, or adopt Samsung's thing. Because the rotating bezel, let's be honest, that was kind of a clever idea. Anyway, so Carson linked to the NVIDIA Shield upgrading to Android 11. And yes, they're beating Google to doing this. Not gonna lie, I didn't see this coming. Not only did I not think, let's see, is this coming to the original NVIDIA Shield? Yep, rolling out to all NVIDIA Shield TVs. I gotta admit, part of me did not think that it was going to come out to the original Shield. I started having my doubts that was gonna. I feel like every update that comes out to that device, it is now just living on borrowed time. As much as I want to see it upgraded and supported practically forever, I'm wondering, like, how long do they intend to keep supporting the same device? And at this stage, like, Nvidia needs to come out with more Android devices, because if they're gonna keep, oops, you're right, sorry, sharing screen. If Nvidia is going to keep supporting devices this long, their reputation is just golden. I mean, guys, put out more Android devices. People will buy them just because the support life cycle is stupid long. And aside from the really crummy remote controls for the Shield TV, like, everybody wants the Shield TV because it was still the best device there was. Better support than Apple TV, you're right. You're actually right. I didn't even consider that. Nvidia's the one company that has beat basically everybody. They don't, no joke, dead serious here. Nvidia is actually supporting devices now longer than any Chromebook, any Android device, longer than, wait, are they longer than any iPhone? Let's see. So the original came out in 2015. Currently supported iPhones. Well, just look this up together. Okay. iPhone models compatible with this. So I guess the iPhone 6s. So iPhone 6s release date. Yep. Technically, and it's only barely, but the iPhone 6s released in September of 2015 is beat by the Nvidia Shield TV that came out in May of 2015. I know that's a narrow win, but right now Nvidia is supporting an Android device longer than any Apple device any iPhone, not Apple device, because MacBooks get longer support cycles. It's kind of, but officially there is one Android device getting supported longer than any iPhone. It is a fact. So at this stage, every update that comes out from me, because the iPhone 6s is going to be dropping off this year. Like, there's no question. Apple is not going to keep supporting that. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the 7 fell off too. But yeah, we're now going to see Nvidia basically now holds the record for longest supported device running Android or iOS. The Shield uses their own custom SoC. Yes, that is true. Or rather, that is correct, since you were asking a question. So yeah, they do have the ability to keep supporting it. If any company was capable of this, it is certainly Nvidia. Obviously, other companies are capable of it. They just choose not to. But at this stage, I mean, come on. Nvidia is just officially wins. Nobody else has the support cycle. There are Windows laptops that have come out that do not have this level of support. Largely thanks to... Oops. Didn't need that open. There are Windows laptops that came out much more recently than this that cannot get Windows 11. because the hardware won't support it. Meanwhile, this old as balls Android device with an admittedly way overpowered Hoopy, yes, that's what I'm saying. Oh wait, Hoopy, are you... Hoopy may not be listening on stream. Yeah, so this is indisputably one of the, like, this is crazy. I want to give massive credit to NVIDIA for doing this, because at this stage they are making the arguments for this being A, possible with Android, B, they're basically dominating this market in the weirdest way possible. They've, again, NVIDIA, please come out with more devices. People want to buy things that have stupidly long support cycles. Hey Hoopy, how's it going? But yeah, I mean, give us these crazy long support cycles. People want them. This makes sense. It's reasonable. It's justified. And if NVIDIA can do this, people want it. So yeah, I'm loving this. And Hoopy, so the part I had just ranted about, and you kind of you came to the same conclusion I did, is that yeah, they now beat every Android device and every iPhone. There is no iPhone with a longer support cycle, but barely. And the point that I showed is the iPhone 6s, which is the longest running iOS device so far, came out September 2015. The NVIDIA Shield TV came out in May 2015. So it's only 4 months-ish. But it is 4 months. NVIDIA Shield is now officially the longest. It doesn't feel late enough for RambleCast. True enough. But yes, this is officially the longest supported device that is running any of those OSs. Not, admittedly, I mean, it is a very special circumstance, but if anyone wants to compare Android versus an iPhone, and yes, we're comparing a set-top box versus a phone, so this is also an unfair comparison there too. But I mean, we are talking about officially longest supported device. NVIDIA currently holds the record, and they're, like I said before, they are also even beating a lot of Windows laptops that cannot get Windows 11. Poopy, you still have the OG sitting around somewhere in some box. I still use the OG. It's set up, it's hooked up to my TV. Look, I have an Android TV that came out, wait, I think it's a 2015 model, and it's honestly kind of crap, but you know, the TV itself runs Android TV. I have the Walmart on 4K, which is technically way better hardware. It supports more stuff. I don't use it. I use the Shield. I still like the Shield more. Not by a lot. I mean, at this stage, like, I probably could and should switch, but I'm still fine with the Shield. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel any need to upgrade. I don't feel any need to switch. And especially since the Shield just keeps getting updates. Like, you can't ignore how good of a support cycle this is. So yeah, I haven't had any reason to throw away my old Shield yet. Yes, there are Android devices older than any iPhone still getting OS updates. Checkmate, Apple sheep. Yep, that's exactly it. Look, it is a flimsy argument, but it is a fact. And at this stage, NVIDIA, like I said before, Apple is almost certainly dropping the iPhone 6s in the next cycle. I don't see it getting another update. Meanwhile, honestly, I didn't think we'd be seeing the Shield getting another update, but if it does, they're just extending their lead. Hoopy, yep. No, I get that. I haven't used the remote in years. The remote died after, well, I think it was doing terribly at like 3 years. Something like that. Maybe it was 4 years. I don't know. Somewhere in there, the battery started getting really bad. So I started using it with a power cable attached to it all the time. And that lasted a pretty long time, but at some point, like, it just acted a little funky. It wasn't as reliable. And I always hated that stupid touch-sensitive strip that was used for, like, changing the volume. That was terrible. For a little while, it kind of became more useful when you could double tap it to pause. I kind of liked that. But, yeah, it was just such a bad remote. Mostly because of the battery, but that strip just drove me nuts. So, as pretty as it was, I just stopped using the remote. The thing is, HDMI CEC controls work perfectly with it. So, I've just been using those this whole time. It works just with my TV remote, sending the CEC commands. And funny enough, I don't even use a TV remote a lot of times. That's usually sitting further away from me. So I actually use the Android TV remote app, which now is that stupid part of the whatchamacallit app, the Google TV app, which there are things I like, there are things I don't like. A lot of things I don't like, but so it goes. It's not like the old Android TV app was good either. Anyway, Hoopy, you switched to a Chromecast after that and just didn't have a reason to get the Shield set up. Yeah, that makes sense. And hey, believe me, if I had a Google TV, or sorry, Chromecast with Google TV, or more efficiently known as Sabrina, yeah, I'd probably just use that because easier. But, you know, I don't need to. And that's why I really haven't rushed to buy one, because why should I? Also, I keep waiting. I swear one of these days Google is going to start handing those things out like candy, and like the minute I buy one, I know that's when Google will hand them out. Like, they'll wait a month. Like, I could have bought one on Black Friday. Fact, I could have bought one for Black Friday, and it would have been just about January 1st. Google would announce, or YouTube probably would have announced, hey, we're sending out a bunch of free Sabrinas. Everyone gets one. And I would have been sitting there like, can I return my old one? No, this past return date. Fuck you. It's my fault everyone is not receiving free ones. I'm telling you right now, it is my fault. Let's see, Hoopy, you kind of like the remote, but if they replace the touch strip with real buttons, a bigger battery, and USB-C, you'd still use it. Yeah, no, for real. The touch strip was a problem. I liked the remote in the sense it was small and looked pretty. And I like the buttons. The buttons, honestly, like the button press, the press action was fantastic. But I hate it. Well, I didn't hate the strip. I just didn't like the strip. You had to be careful about the strip. And yeah, the USB-C thing, I'm not a fan of. I was okay with it being micro USB, but I certainly would have now, at this point in history, I would prefer USB-C. Carson, the Chromecast with Google TV kind of lags a bit. Does it really? Like when turning on the TV? Interesting. Let's see. poopy, especially since Android TV is just a launcher plus apps and like no other UI. Probably even pretty old Android TVs will be nearly identical for years to come until major integrations or performance issues. Yeah, the performance issue I think is going to be where we see the bigger catch, because heads-up displays and stuff like that are going to have performance issues as resolutions increase, and as new features might be added. I think we're going to see more and more new features added in time that are going to demand a little bit more performance. But if anything, the biggest issues, honestly, I think the biggest issue is really going to be, well, two issues. There will be two things that drive forward set-top box or dongle hardware. Number one is wanting to play games on them. Honestly, playing games is going to be the biggest thing. And at this point, I feel like that's not really a big thing either, but it will be. Because it always comes back around. People always want to play games on their TVs. And if people don't want to buy a console, or more to the point, if Google decides it wants to try to push its way into that console space a little bit more again, it will drive hardware forward. The other thing is going to be codec support, because today we have a lot of really good codecs supported by various pieces of hardware. However, as people have countlessly pointed out, or time and time again pointed out, I guess, Chromecast with Google TV does not support VP. Is it VP1 that's not supported? Now I'm not as sure as I want to be that it's VP1, but I think it is. But the thing is, at a certain point, we are going to see codecs move forward, carrying higher quality capabilities. AV1, thank you. Why did I think VP1? VP9 is the one. Sorry, that was what, the old one that wasn't supported by some stuff. I don't know. Anyway, whatever thing it is, let's just go with that. Whatever thing it is, there is something that isn't supported. Hey, Curvy, good to have you here. You've arrived, but not for long. I have a funny feeling you're about to head out and go grab snacks, food. That's my guess. Anyway, but yeah, so the thing is with, what was I going to say? With the support cycles. Sports. I understand. Who's playing? Anyway, yeah, I think we're going to see, as new codecs hit, and as a few new technologies, TV technologies hit, we're probably going to see those are the only things that drive the need for new hardware. Because at this stage, if you want a gaming system, you're probably either going to get a real gaming system, or you'll pick up the, there will always be one Android TV device, probably the Shield, that will be the top tier for gaming, if you wanted that sort of thing. Or you'll play on Stadia or GeForce Now or whatever. If you don't care about gaming, then you're buying one of the other dongles and you're happy with it, because they're all going to be pretty similar. And whenever a new thing comes out for TV technology, let's say like HDR support, or when 8K comes along and you need a chip that's capable of doing 8K decoding seamlessly, at which point the companies are all going to look around and say, well, what chip can we put in that is going to give us decent performance and not much else? At that point, we'll see that next threshold of here's that piece of hardware that is fast enough, we can get it cheaply enough, and it makes everybody happy. Plus, it will support all the codecs that we care about, and all the other TV technology like if there's a new form of HDR or 3D or whatever. Like, this is that threshold we're going to hit, and we're not going to upgrade anything for several more years. Not until there is the new, like, hey, we now have to support, like, virtual HDR, or I'm just making up a term. There is no such thing as virtual HDR that I know of. Or, like, maybe it has to support, like, a mesh TV thing, or like some new audio standard. Like, at that point, then we'll be like, okay, we now have a new thing that we have to support, so we're gonna put in a new chip that hits this threshold, and it's gonna do all these other things. That's the only thing that's gonna move set-top boxes and dongles forward, is that need for one thing that catches on. Austin, it's actually been a while since Google's given away free stuff. I beg to differ. We all know Google has in fact given away free stuff many times. And may I show you my sticker as proof? Also, some socks. They sent me some, yeah, there we go. Socks. I of course kid. But yeah, let's see. What did they, I know they've given away like Stadia controllers a few times in the last several months, but in relatively small numbers. Didn't they give away a Nest Mini to some group of people not super long ago? I agree, though. They actually have been a lot less promotional, I suppose would be the word. By the way, this, no joke, this is the first time I picked up this package with the socks and the sticker since it was sent to me. And the package is going right back where it started, because I don't have any use for those flimsy little socks or the sticker at the moment. I may use them for a gimmick someday, but at the moment they shall remain there untouched. Let's see. Oh, Hoopy, yeah, you're saying it. Other than Stadia Premier Editions. Hoopy, you have one of those cheap Nebula Android TV projectors running ATV9, and the functionality is nearly identical to Sabrina, just very slow with cheap media tech inside. Yep, that's the thing. Like, you don't have to have that much menu performance. You don't have to deliver a perfect, smooth as can be experience. Everyone's so run down by TV set-top boxes having terrible performance. Imagine this, hypothetical. Well, maybe not hypothetical, but imagine this for a second. What if somebody came out with a set-top box running, I don't know, let's say, how about, okay, we're gonna go big on this one. Let's say, for just a second, a set-top box running, and I'm not kidding here, a Snapdragon 888. We're going big. I mean, we're talking pretty much off the charts, best chips you can throw in, maybe even an 888 plus. All right, or maybe Nvidia makes a new chip, brand new, absolutely brand spanking new. Or throw in a Tensor chip if that's what you're into. Whatever. Let's say a company puts this out there, and their whole hype point is, seriously, it's fast. You will see no frame drops in any menus. Everything will just perform at lightning speed. You will not have to wait for like a button press of your remote. It'll just, you press it, the selector moves. You hit a button, your on-screen displays pop up instantly. Everything animates in no drop frames. It is just the smoothest experience possible. But it's going to cost you $150. I feel like 150 is probably too optimistic, but let's say 150. Maybe it'd be 180. Show of hands, who would buy this? All you're getting is faster frame rates, where it's not adding anything that other boxes don't have. Like, it'll still have the same codec support. It'll still support the same audio and video standards. Presumably, maybe it'll support all of them that are expected and reasonable. So, you know, like the Walmart on 4K came out with a few things that the Chromecast with Google TV did not have, and vice versa. There was something missing from the on 4K that was in the Google TV. Imagine this device does have everything that would be naturally supported, expected to be supported, but the only thing you're really getting is higher frame rates. What would you do? Would you buy the under $50 Google TV, or would you buy this new hypothetical thing that has fast frame rate for $150? Maybe closer to 200. I mean, I think I know the answer. Hey, turns out a spam bot wants to send people to Sister19lol.online. Go away. Oh, lol. Loser. Okay, anyway. Yeah, my thing is, I don't think people care about the frame rates that much. Like on a phone. Show of hands, who here would accept a phone where it drops? Like, you swipe on the home screen and you can watch it drop frames. Like, you can start counting frames. That's what a TV experience can be like. That's almost how bad my Sony TV is. My first, was it first gen of Android TV on a Sony Bravia, I think. Maybe it was second generation. But you can see it drop in frames. Like, it's bad. It's hilariously slow. But if this happened on a phone, how many people would be okay if you're doom scrolling Twitter and, like, as you scroll you can just see, like, it jitters? You would throw your phone in the freaking river. You'd be done with it tomorrow. You would use it for target practice. You know, get out there, do a like Katniss from Hunger Games, bow and arrow, just try to hit dead on through the phone screen. Like, you would destroy it because it would piss you off. But on a TV, we're okay with it. Yeah, that's the thing. We've been ruined by TVs having crappy hardware. We're so used to it, from the set-top boxes that came with your cable subscription, or having an old TV, or using just some random set-top box like like a Nexus player. I don't know. Anything. If you've got something that's old, outdated, and whatever, or even something new that just feels outdated because the hardware is not really good enough, you're just used to it. Maybe you came from one of the other old set-top boxes that was also slow. Like, these things suck. You mean response time is under 5 seconds? Nice. Exactly. That's the whole thing. We accept it because we're used to it. And, you know, there are little technical explanations sometimes, like, yeah, you know, pumping out a 4K signal on a menu and moving stuff around, it takes some processing power, but not that much. Fun fact, the GPU in your computer has probably been doing this for ages. Let's see. Okay, before I get to that, because I'm not sure if there's context here, reading down, Hoopy, codecs will upgrade, but with streaming services wanting to support old TVs and phones, it'll probably be years before H.264 isn't the de facto. H.264 already kind of is pretty close to the de facto, in various ways. My hunch is that with H.265 being where it's at, like, support cycles for kind of already make H.265 the incoming thing, and I think a lot of stuff is pushing really hard to make that the next, like, true de facto. At a certain point, streaming services do leave behind the old stuff, which is nice, but and a lot of them will maybe do kind of like what YouTube does, where they just keep multiple versions of the same video. I believe Netflix is currently doing that. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Netflix basically, like, if a device is super old, Netflix serves a different version of the content, whereas if it's new enough, Netflix is pushing slightly newer versions, which is still unlike what YouTube does, where they serve everything in different sizes, different codecs. YouTube has something like 30 some different versions of every single video now. Wait, is it 30? Maybe it's way higher. Maybe they were, I don't know. They do a lot of versions of videos. Let's see, Curvy. Yeah, horrible older smart TVs running WebOS and Tizen are going to keep old codecs around for 2-3 more years. To be fair, it won't even be those. I mean, those will factor in too, but it's all of them. It's, I mean, you can have any old Android TV, basically anything old. Like, the codecs are usually supported at the hardware level. Even if they're supported via some software, they don't perform super well, and typically that's more of like a compatibility issue. So yeah, it's I wouldn't even blame WebOS and Tizen. It's just old TVs will continue to keep a lot of old codecs around, but that doesn't mean that new codecs won't get pushed anyway. Poopy, Apple TVs, the box still doesn't support AV1 either, at least in hardware. It's not going to. And I get the impression Apple doesn't care. Maybe I'm wrong, but they don't need to care on that one. Let's see. Hoopy, considering Sabrina has negative storage space and is kind of laggy in the launcher UI, and you don't hear much complaining about it, maybe more the storage side, I don't think anyone really cares. Honestly, I haven't heard much about the laggy part. I've heard it a few times, but yeah, people don't seem to complain. The storage, yeah, oh my god, I hear about that a lot, and it's stupid. Legitimately, it is stupid. I can't fathom why they put so little storage on there. They're selling phones with so much more storage now. You could sell your stupid TV dongle with a little bit extra. It's not that big a deal. It doesn't cost that much more. They could have easily done it, but they didn't. Even I think that was just, like, don't be that cheap. And the same could be said about the ON 4K. I'm not okay with the fact that they're shipping these with so little storage that people have to delete the few apps that they have on there just to do updates sometimes. That's not okay. Okay, B-side, I don't know about dongles. What do they do that my smart TV doesn't? I kind of don't understand the question. Or I don't understand the topic. Hey, David Llama, how's it going, man? Good to have you here. Like, if your smart TV doesn't do something and a dongle does, then that's what the dongle does. If your smart TV does the things that you need it to do and you don't need a dongle, then you don't need a dongle. Like, to me, this seems like a given. And I don't, I mean, outside of people who might need to test stuff, you know, it happens, or whatever. I think people are only going out and buying new dongles or stuff if they find that their existing TV or set-top box or dongle isn't serving some need. No one's saying go buy a dongle just to own an extra dongle, except for, you know, tech enthusiasts who are like, you know what, this month I'm gonna try a Roku, and next month I'm gonna try Apple TV, and hey, while we're at it, let's also grab a couple of Chromecasts and whatever. Those people exist, but they're in the chat right now. They're us. Let's be honest, they're us. We're that kind, but most people don't do this. Let's see, Hoopy. Dongles aside, I think the same thing holds for smart TVs. Netflix would be crazy not to. Okay, I'm not sure what that was in reference to, but I could see requiring H.265, AV1, VP9 for 4K on Netflix's part, though. Yeah, I mean, do they not already? I'm not really sure. I mean, frankly, I think it'd be fine if they do H.264 with a somewhat lower bit rate. But, yeah, ideally, Netflix, I'm sure, I think already is requiring one of those for 4K. Netflix 4K codec. Bet this will come up with details. Technical details of Netflix. Who knows how up to date or accurate this is, but all right, in 2015 BT's UView launched Ultra HD channels and a 4K box to watch it. Let's see, Netflix standardized 2 DCT based video codec or video coding formats for its mobile services: AVCHI Mobile based on AVC and VP9 Mobile based on VP9. Shocking. Okay, so which things in here are going to support 4K? For Android devices, Roku 2, Xbox, PS3, Wii U. I don't think any of those are 4K. iPhone and iPad. I don't know if Netflix will do 4K streaming to those. Well, I guess the iPad specifically. But hypothetically, if it does, the video codec would be H.264. And for devices supporting Ultra HD, which is definitely 4K, their video codecs are HEVC and VP9. So yeah, I mean, they're mandating it effectively. Let's see. Wait, Netflix API. One of these days, Netflix began to restrict availability of its public API. Wait a second. Do they? It allows access to data for all Netflix titles and allows users to manage their movie queues. The API was free and allowed commercial use. A developer network included a forum for asking and answering questions. Okay, totally unrelated, but I wonder if you can use this as a non-subscriber to Netflix. I wonder if you can use this to search Netflix inventory. Because I need that. Like, legitimately, I truly do need that. Oh, okay. June 2014, it announced it would be retiring the public API. It became effective later that year. Then they partnered with developers of 8 services deemed the most valuable, including Instant Watcher, Fanhattan, Yeedo, and Yido, whatever, and NextGuide. Screw you, Netflix. You suck. All right. Well, that sucks. Sorry. Not really important to this discussion, just relevant to me. Anyway. So, yeah, apparently Netflix does require this for 4K. At least I'm pretty sure that's what I got from reading this. HEVC is H265, by the way. Let's see. Poopy, maybe on the creative side, H265 is winning, but content distribution seems to be leaning open standards this time around. It depends what you mean by content distribution. If you're talking in the world of piracy, holy crap, H265 is... Well, H264 and H265 are dominating. If you're talking about from YouTube, YouTube will support whatever the hell people connect with. YouTube just wants the views. They don't... I mean, they will push VP9 and AV1 wherever they can. I'm sure because there's probably some licensing benefit to this, or maybe they're pushing for it, but... Wait, did I? Hoopy, it's possible. Hold on. I think YouTube may not have shown me that comment. I don't see anything about browsers. Do you see your comment, the one you're referencing? Do you see that comment in the chat view on the stream? Or am I just skimming over something that I somehow blind? So I see the, going a little bit further up, I see the comment about the Google TV being laggy in the launcher UI. Then I see the response time is under 5 seconds comment. Then dongles aside, Netflix would be crazy not to. Could see requiring H265. Maybe on the creative side, H265 is winning. Yeah, YouTube censored you. Okay, so come on, YouTube. What the? I don't know why. Anyway, only Safari supports H265. Every browser support, or sorry, only. I think that's intended to be only Safari requires H265. Every browser supports VP9. Which, yeah, you know, that is a factor, but I mean, going back to the comment about creative side, but you know, content distribution, I'm not sure what your... Oh, you said what you meant. No other browser allows it? Only Safari supports H265? Really? So if I open Chrome and go to a video that is H265 only, some site only will show H265, it won't play? Is that right? That's what Can I Use says? Okay. Okay, sorry, this is just the... Oh, I'm not even sharing my screen, but... Okay, uploaded a video on Amazon S3, tried viewing it in Google Chrome, was not able to see the video and could only see an audio, being played. Nice. converted to H.264 was able to see the video in Google Chrome. Okay, that would seem to confirm it. Apparently, though, it does work in Chrome OS, according to this comment. That's interesting. Oh, hey. As of a year ago, it says Google adding HEVC, sorry, playback to Chrome. Oh, seems like a long shot. All right. That wasn't as obvious from the headline that was visible there. Huh. How to enable it in your browser. So it seems like it's supported, just not activated. That's kind of what I'm getting out of this. Just from a skim. Okay, licensing situation is a mess. If you leverage a hardware implementation, burden of the license is on the hardware provider. That's a key point that a lot of people in the WebRTC industry forget or underestimate. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care, don't care, don't care. I wonder if that's the issue, because I'm pretty sure I have seen H.265 play on my computer in Chrome. However, very obvious, however, I'm using nothing but MacBooks, which would have, I'm fairly confident, would have H.265 hardware decoding built in, whereas not necessarily going to be true on a lot of Windows machines. That might be the difference. Yeah, I'm not sure. That leaves some questions in my mind. But okay. Anyway, so going further down, and yeah, I agree. No one wants to pay licensing fees if they don't have to. Believe me, I agree with that logic, because H.265 is not the cheapest thing to license. Okay, be Slideum's link. Let's see what happens here. Alright, embedded HEVC video. Okay, so I'm just hearing audio. Alright, so I guess it isn't supported. That's interesting. And obviously WebM is supported, so it would have been kind of surprising if that wasn't. Interesting. Huh. And I still wonder, because that other article implies that it can be turned on. It just isn't by default. So, still have questions here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm caught up on what's in RambleCast chat room. Heading back to the YouTube chat. Let's see. The Netflix comments were about if they store multiple versions of videos. He's like, it's getting harder to find non-smart TVs as they become more rare. The dongle market will shrink. I only half agreed to that. The thing is, it depends on the smart TVs. In practical terms, let's be honest. Okay, so first off, really quick, just for context, I'm just gonna say it. I am bundling set-top boxes and dongles in this discussion. They are all under one term. And maybe I'll just say external devices. But strictly speaking, Apple TV, dongles, same the same damn thing. I don't care what shape or weight the device is. Let's just agree that they're effectively the same thing. So to that end, I will say, I think nothing is going to make the Apple TV market shrink any smaller than it is, because notably Apple TVs are not exactly huge markets. Or it's rather it's not a huge market leader. Carson, you hate the term set-top box. I mean, I kind of hate the term because it's just awkward and clunky, but I also kind of hate the term because, let's be honest, half of them don't sit on top of anything in particular. They're devices that lean somewhere or hang somewhere, or you might set them on top of a TV or on top of other media devices, or they might go under something. Just various things about the term bother me. But yeah, I'm with you, but it's also just the conventional term, sadly. Anyway, so what was the... Oh yeah. So the thing is, I don't know where you can even buy, or I don't know which companies, and maybe there are more than I'm aware of, but I can't think of many TV manufacturers that still make non-smart TVs. Like, who is there? Actually, let's see. TV manufacturers without smart TV? Man, I don't see. Oh, wow. Okay, there's actually an answer to this. Make use of course. Okay, the 7 best dumb TVs without smart TV features. So, wait, Samsung still makes one? Okay. Westinghouse. I guess Scepter counts. Okay. I don't know ProScan as a company, and I barely know of Scepter. But oops, did not mean to click on that. Okay, so it's still happening. I guess that's a thing. Honestly, I'm surprised Samsung has one. Wait, no, it says right here, operating system, Tizen 4. Hello, make use of. Tamal DOS. Tamal, calling you out. You suck. You don't know how to write, dude. Or research. Learn things. Don't lie. And yes, that's a straight up like, how are you calling it a not a smart TV if it's got Tizen 4 on it? Screw you, kid. Schmuck. Okay. So moving to the actual real one, Scepter 65-inch. Yeah. Evidently, operating system, none. Westinghouse, operating system, none. Presumably Scepter's gonna stay that way. Listen, LG. It says operating system none, but what do you want to bet this is LG TV actually does have WebOS? I almost want to look it up, but I also don't care enough to go look it up. Komodo, I have no idea who they are. It's kind of the thing, outside of Westinghouse, which I don't think too many people buy. Yeah, I don't know these brands super well. And that LG TV that probably has WebOS, I'm betting not relevant. Oh, B-Slide, I'm saying try Safari with that link. Damn it. Okay. I want to add it to my bookmarks, so there we go. Okay, trying Safari real quick. I'm not going to bother screen sharing it because that's a pain in the ass to switch focus. Alright, okay, this is definitely Safari that's open. Nothing is playing. Nothing is playing. It's not playing audio. It's not playing video. Literally nothing is playing from that spot. How about the embedded WebM video? Also nothing. Absolutely nothing is playing. It's I can manually move the scrubber, but it doesn't do anything. So that kind of answers that, I guess. Okay, so what was I going? Oh, so regarding dumb TVs, which Carson says those are all pretty old TVs. I don't doubt it. I'm just saying, can you even still get something like this? But yeah, that's a fair question. Do they have release dates? I bet they... Yeah. This article kind of falls apart, I bet, if they start having release dates. But out of curiosity, let's at least look up one of these. Wait, do they... Are there no model numbers on the Scepters? Guess the Westinghouse doesn't have a model number either. Man. So we have no way of knowing what generations these even are. The Amazon page might. Okay. Just to be clear, I'm not giving them a freaking referral link, so I'm going incognito on this. So just opening up one of the Scepters, scrolling down to see. All right, at least this particular one has reviews. Can we see? Okay, if I sort by most recent and then scroll to the bottom, just, no, that's not really gonna work either. Anyway, there's reviews at least as far back as 2018. There's a question asked and answered in 2017. So yeah, it's at least old. It's at least a 4-year-old TV. So that's one. Carson, referrals give you the most reward if you buy the thing that you're referred to. If you click through the link and then buy something in a similar store, you get a slightly reduced amount. If you buy something from a completely unrelated store, so let's say for example, I had an Amazon link, I refer you to a smartphone, let's say, and the next day you come back to Amazon and you buy a box of crackers or candy, totally unrelated market, I would still get some referral credit. It won't be as much. It's significantly reduced because it's now a different category than the thing, but it would still give a credit for that. Of course, I still don't have my Amazon account active, so that's not something that's happening right now, but one of these days I actually do need to set that up. I keep setting it up, and then I never set up a web page with a bunch of referral links. But yeah, so ideally you always want to refer people to the product you want them to buy, and hopefully they will actually buy. But if you send them there and people buy something else, you still get credit. Let's see. beside him, I see the thing that you posted in RambleCast. I don't know what that's in reference to. Maybe if I catch up in comments, I'll probably figure that out. Okay, so really quick, flying back up and kind of readdressing that topic I had earlier, or the one you brought up earlier. Non-smart TVs as non-smart TVs become more common, I'm saying that in reverse. As smart TVs become more common, you think the dongle market will shrink. I kind of don't think that's entirely true. Obviously, to some extent it will be true, but the thing is, your TV is going to outlast its smart stuff in many cases. And maybe not yours, maybe you upgrade your TV frequently, I don't know. But if you have, let's say, if you have, I don't know, let's say that I know you've got a Samsung TV. At some point, a lot of people are going to say, hey, the TV still looks fantastic, or good enough for me, I don't need to replace it, but now I want this feature that is offered by Roku, or I want an Apple TV because I can't watch the Apple TV shows on anything else, or there's a fight between, this probably won't happen because it seems like these guys don't really fight, but maybe there's a fight between Netflix and Samsung. I mean, come on, that won't happen, but bear with. If this happens, at some point someone's going to turn around and say, okay, well, how do I get my Netflix? Well, simple. You go buy some other dongle that has it. Is it ideal? No. Or maybe someone says, all right, I'm done with Netflix, or maybe then they'll decide they're done with Samsung. Whatever the case may be, at a certain point, if you suddenly decide you have to get something in order to get access to some content, or maybe features come along, the logic eventually circles back to, yeah, you kind of do want this. I'm getting an interesting thought. Out of curiosity, because this is now popping up in my head as kind of a bit of an issue. How would people feel if Discord, if we kind of abandoned the YouTube comments? This doesn't really work for people on mobile, though. I was gonna say, what if I actually changed? It would take a little bit of work to make this happen, but I was gonna say, what if I changed the comments on the side of this video and screen to be Discord comments from the RambleCast chat room, and then we just basically stopped the YouTube comments, or didn't make a point of using. The only problem with that, though, is it doesn't work for people who are viewing on mobile, because then you have to have two apps open. So never mind. It was an idea that just struck me, but it kind of seems like it wouldn't work. But okay, anyway, not on that. But yeah, my theory remains. I think the dongle market is never really going to go away. It serves a purpose to solve where the smart TV market will always have a fault. And that is, your smart TV is an expensive thing to replace. Dongles are relatively cheap, and dongles can add features that no one else can have. For example, what was the name of that Xbox dongle? Did they ever come out with that? I swear they did, but I'm not entirely certain. There was going to be something, or there was something, that was basically a small little adapter dongle or box or something like that. The whole idea is it would support streaming, and it would basically be your typical video player, and you could play games through it, but you were basically using Microsoft's game streaming service. thing is, obviously they could license that out or put that into TVs, but nobody has. Well, I don't think anyone has. I haven't heard of it. This is a dongle, plain and simple, and it's actually, I mean, if it ever comes out, again, I don't know if it's even out. I searched for it, but I don't see any sign that it exists. But yeah, this is the kind of thing. Like, there will always be a purpose for dongles, because no one's going to put Xbox streaming in their TV unless they're a really good Microsoft partner, which I suppose would happen. But anyway, so kind of enough on that. I think that case is largely made. Let's see. Okay, so Hoopy, I bet Netflix requiring HEVC and VP9 is HEVC for Apple, VP9 for everyone else. Yeah, basically. That is almost certainly the case. Though HEVC would also work for some other TV streamers, which I have a feeling might include Samsung. If I remember, I think Samsung owns part of H265. Who owns HEVC? Let's see. Could be mistaken on that, but I would have sworn the combined licensing fees currently offered by all the patent licensing bodies are higher than for AVC. I'll share this screen because why not? The licensing fees are one of the main reasons HEVC adoption has been low on the web, and is why some of the largest tech companies have joined the AOM. Okay, so that's not what I was looking for. I would have sworn Samsung had some ownership in HEVC. Patent licensing. Yeah, I just do not see companies listed here. Oh, patent holders. There we go. The following organizations currently hold the most active patents in the HEVC patent pools listed by the MPEG LA and HEVC Advanced. Samsung Electronics, right there. Active patents, 4,249. 1,000%. Samsung, yeah. If anything, Netflix is probably also offering HEVC to them. Let's see. Actually, I'm surprised Apple isn't on this list. I'm not sure why that is, but I bet Apple and Samsung probably have a cross-licensing agreement to give it to Apple for cheap. Okay, anyway. B-slide them. You've never seen a dongle connected to a smart TV. Most people won't spend the extra money. Plain and simple. This one almost doesn't seem... This is too easy to point out. I have a Sony Bravia from 2015, I think. The Android TV performance is super slow. Their menus suck. Plain and simple. I connect a dongle to this. It doesn't make sense to not do that. The TV still looks really good. It was one of the highest rated screens of that decade, or sorry, not decade, but of that year. And actually was pretty competitive with years following that for a while. It was a really good screen, but the menu system sucks because it's running on a massively underpowered chip. A dongle only makes sense. And when I say dongle, I also mean the Shield in this instance. Let's see, Hoopy. Wouldn't even know where to look, but I wonder what Snapdragon support of HEVC is like. Yeah, I don't know. I imagine that's probably spelled out. There's got to be Wikipedia articles that cover that, but I'm not inclined to go digging for those. Let's see, B-Slidem. Samsung supports HEVC. You can save to it natively. No issues when receiving them. Yeah, I know Samsung does. I know Apple does. In terms of like what their camera apps can do, and I'm assuming other things as well. And yeah, other companies, it varies. I know DJI has HEVC support. Not in all of the drones, but in at least the Mavic 3. Though to be fair, the Mavic 3 Cine supports Apple ProRes. So, you know, that has a licensing fee to it. That's not a free thing for sure. Okay. Anyway, scrolling down. Poopy. The Pixel 6 has the option to save as H265, but with a specific warning that it may not be supported everywhere, naturally. Instagram doesn't support H265 either. Ran into those issues a lot. Really? It doesn't? That is just... That's weird. Instagram should definitely support it. They're making a mistake by not supporting that. Well, okay, for clarity. As I was saying that, what I meant is you should be able to upload in a HEVC. You should not be able, or you don't necessarily need to view anything in HEVC. If those are two different issues, in my opinion. So, there's that. Alright, alright, scrolling further down. Okay, there's the referral bit. Referrals kind of track, god damn. YouTube chat does this weird bouncing thing. Okay. Referrals kind of track, okay. David Lama, referral system is so icky. You know, I typically agree. I hate referral links because they've felt dirty to me for years, but at the same time, man, I have said this so many times, and this was an issue that constantly it has been brought up with podcasts. If you try to get people to enter codes or follow some sort of affiliate system that doesn't rely on referral links, oh my god, it's so hard. And advertising without having some sort of visible turnaround, nobody wants to do it. Everyone wants to know that they have absolute sure thing like metrics. They need to see how much they're making. So I get why referral systems exist, and they are justified. They have to be there. But holy crap, is it so effing hard to keep those things straight. You kind of have to just use affiliate links the way that like Amazon does. Hoopy, or you just bought the cheap $200 Samsung TV and the OS performance is so incredibly bad you need a dongle. Yeah, basically. I mean, any TV where the performance sucks, you need a dongle. Plain and simple. Like that's common sense. And again, like if features fall behind, you need a dongle. You know, like if you bought a TV that maybe doesn't support some new audio standard, let's say Atmos. If like Atmos is pretty neat, it's really neat. If you want to use it, you need a system that supports it. The thing is, if your TV is old enough it doesn't support Atmos, the thing is, wait, Atmos or Atomos? Damn it, I hate that both of those names exist. Now I have to double check every time. Dolby Atmos. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If your TV doesn't support Atmos, the thing is, maybe you have a sound bar that does, and you can plug in a dongle to your sound bar, and now you can have Atmos while your TV doesn't support it. This is a real thing. I mean, it absolutely works. Strictly speaking, if you have some other device that can act as your music link in the chain, you don't even need a soundbar. You just need whatever it is that does support Dolby Atmos that will then connect to all those speakers. That 100% works. So as long as your dongle supports it and your audio system supports Atmos, you don't need your TV to support it. So, you know, again, dongles can have a purpose, even if your TV is modern-ish. And yeah, I mean, there are reasons you need dongles or would like to have a dongle. Because the counter argument of, well, just go buy a new TV it sounds pretty unappealing when the counter argument is, yeah, or I could just go buy a $40 dongle. Your $40 dongle could give you Atmos, but or you could spend $800 and buy a new TV. Like, which of these sounds better? So yeah, I mean, I get the argument of, if you have a smart TV that's up to date and supports everything you want, well, yeah, of course, no one's going to buy a dongle. But the counter is also true. If you have a TV that's gotten a bit older and doesn't support this one thing that you want, well, the dongle becomes a cheaper option. Okay, B-Slidem, you would prefer Discord comments, so much more flexible. Picture-in-picture makes videos still watchable. I'm inclined to agree, though picture-in-picture can be iffy on some devices. I will consider this. I'll look into options. Because, notably, I would still have to figure out... Well, not have to figure out. Like, I know how to do this. It's just... I'm not sure how much work would go into doing this, if it's something that could be done with really, really minimal, like just change something and add a bot to the Discord, or if I would have to write something myself. I imagine I wouldn't have to write something myself, but you never know. Anyway, let's see. So regarding the Xbox thing, there was a Microsoft Miracast dongle, but don't think they're the Xbox branded dongle ever came out. Yeah, it may come out someday. I know that they were talking about it, at least. There was definitely going to be a streaming dongle. I know I saw that somewhere. That was absolutely going to be a thing. Besides, I think the only TV OEM that partners with Microsoft is Samsung. Could be. I honestly don't follow closely enough to know on that one, but I wouldn't be surprised either. Samsung likes to partner. Oh, hey. Look at that. I missed 2 spam bots. Wow. These guys are running rampant lately. Why? Okay. Anyway. B-Slide, don't know if that partnership only extends to mobile. No clue. Interesting. The only other, Hoopy says, the only other Silicon company on there I recognize is MediaTek. No Intel, Nvidia, AMD, Qualcomm. You got an Air 2S, which uses HEVC, which is how I discovered the Instagram doesn't take it. Okay. B-Slide, I have to share from my gallery and to remember to not use the image pic in Discord because it doesn't support HEVC. Yeah. Yep. Discord definitely does not. The weird thing is, I could be wrong, but I think Slack does. I swear I've seen people share directly from an iPhone to Slack, but it's hard to say. There are a few people at AP that use Slack, but I'm not sure any of them have explicitly shared anything that way. Or if they are, maybe they already, I mean, you know, it's a, well, I was about to give a compliment, but I think back to a few of them. I'm not sure people know what they're doing. But people might already know not to share stuff in that way because they would be sharing something that doesn't work. I don't know. Poopy, referral links like Amazon supports an important ecosystem online, but also opens so many doors for abuse and spam. Yes, holy crap, it is terrible. Yeah. Believe me, one of these days I do need to set up Amazon referral links because I'm not gonna harass people to use them, but there are things that I use. People have asked about in the past that I think people might be interested in ordering. There's, of course, also people who just want to, we'll say, check out things that I recommend without doing it to support the channel per se. By the way, I'm saying it this way because Amazon is really, really cringy about their rules on what you're allowed to say with their referral program. But you cannot suggest that buying things through an affiliate link is supporting the channel. You can say that you get money from affiliate sales, but you cannot say that someone would be supporting the channel. I'm dead serious. That's actually part of their policies. But if people were interested in checking out things that I mentioned in the channel and then should happen to buy other things immediately after, you know, like, that'd be neat. But yeah, I'll set that up one of these days in the not too distant future. I promise. Ish. Let's see. Hoopy. Oh no, this dongle talk is the Android automotive thing all over again. Yeah, it absolutely is. In various ways. It like, let's be honest, this is the same complaint people have had about watches. It's the Android automotive car issue. It's, to be fair, it was already happening with cars anyway. And it's the same thing with TVs. How often do you want to replace this piece of hardware? Cars typically have a life of, depending on how people drive them and other factors, cars typically have a life of 7 to 10 years. Again, depending on how people drive them. And we're talking new, current, modern-ish cars. They can be much longer. They can be much shorter. But, yeah, the thing is, does anyone here think that a car with any particular system is going to be getting firmware updates that upgrade and add new features in 7 years? If you believe this, hold on. I'm going to go build a bridge and sell it to you. Sight unseen, and I don't make any guarantees about the quality of materials, but you are going to have to pay premium quality for that bridge. Just want you to know. Because these are the same levels of unlikely. Likewise, TVs. Show me. Seriously, be Slightum. I'll even ask you this. Well, first, how old is your TV? And if it is more than 4 years old, is it still getting firmware updates that add features? I know that's a few ifs, but you're the only person I can think of that is going to explicitly have a comment here if you have a TV that falls in this line. But the same question goes to anybody else. Do you have a smart TV that's over 4 years old, and is it still getting firmware updates? If so, what is it? And again, this isn't necessarily just firmware updates, like because if they just push out some minor thing that adds, let's say, their TV tracking software, this does not count. We're talking user-facing quality of life features, OS updates that are like major OS updates, things like that. You know, this has to still be relevant stuff, things people want, not something that like the company the company's doing because like they want to start tracking the crap you're watching, and so they're adding some software that's going to do that. That doesn't count. Hoopy bought a 2019 Samsung TV at about $400 with Tizen. Literally never got an update. Okay. Yeah, that's not great. That's like in 2019, I now expect an update, but I could see a TV coming out and going 2 years. In my opinion, a TV can come out, go 2 years without an update, but at 2 years, there's probably things that you might want in a TV that could be added through an update. Maybe. Hit and miss. But, let's see. B-Simon, you thought Miracast was on most TVs, no? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure on that. And this there keeps creeping down to my eye. Let's see. It was an old dongle. Don't think it's sold anymore. Devices that are supposed to long outlive the cycle of the computer being shoved into it. Yeah, 100%. I mean, even your watch. Like, I remember when smartwatches were like starting to hit the regular discussion. Smartwatch comes out and a whole bunch of people said, you know, I'm wearing this watch that my grandfather gave me, or whatever. It's a thing. It happens. But show of hands, who here thinks that their grandkids are ever going to wear a smartwatch that you used currently, or even in a decade? Not going to happen. Your smartwatch is not going to have a massive, long-lived lifespan. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't make a smartwatch in a really great-looking frame and allow the computer inside to be changed. You could very easily make a car. Like, think about this. Imagine a classic, and let me try to think of how to phrase this. Imagine a classic car, but a classic car from 2020 or 2025. Fast forward 40 years. In 2065, people are going to be walking around, or not walking around. People will still be driving cars. Let's be honest. We will not be giving up cars anywhere in that time. Or even if we do, I don't know. Maybe we do. Maybe some neat thing happens. There's still going to be there's still going to be people who are into quote unquote classic cars, and by that time, people will start looking at something from 2020 and 2025 as maybe classics. We'll see. That's going to be hit and miss. Maybe we'll have to go further in the future. Maybe 60 years and 2080. In 2080, people will be looking back at cars from 2020. We'll live in the metaverse by then. Oh, not if the FTC has anything to say about it. Please, FTC, block the metaverse. But in 2080, people will be looking at 60-year-old cars. At that point, I think we can objectively call them classics. And does anyone think that they're still going to be running the same software? And is that same software still going to be usable in any capacity? Not a chance in hell. You won't be able to connect your phone. So, okay, thought I heard a sound. Anyway, yeah, people are not going to be worried about these software experiences. They're going to want to replace them. There's no FTC in the metaverse. Yikes. That's sadly very certainly going to be true. So yeah, I'm holding to the belief, a very strong belief, that at some point this stuff is going to require modular computers. Should your TV be outdated just because I don't know, LG decides they're not going to update the software anymore, or Samsung or Sony? Should you be sitting there like with a TV that just sucks? Like, dongles wouldn't have to exist if we had a good interchangeable computer system inside. But that's not really happening now, is it? So dongles will exist for TVs, and that's a solution that works for TV mostly. You can't do that yet with a car. You can't do that with your watch. Those don't make sense. I mean, you could kind of do it with a car, but probably not. Aftermarket modifications that add big screens and stuff like that aren't exactly super viable in most cases. Maybe they'll get there, but they're not there yet. Let's see, Hoopy. There's still a good number of cars from the 90s on the road. Imagine a car coming out with Android Automotive today still being on the road in the 40s. Yeah, basically what I'm saying. That, yeah. I mean, none of these software experiences are even still going to work. Half the servers will be shut down by then. Let's see. It has a Chromecast in it, needless to say. Beside him, I just bought my TV. I have non-smart TVs though. Chromecast is all I need for those. Sure, for you. Maybe that is all you need in those. Other people might need something different. Especially if, for example, you wanted Apple TV. Because as far as I'm aware, there's no way to do Apple TV over Chromecast, short of the really cringy solution, which is like watch Apple TV in a browser tab and then cast the whole tab to the TV, but nobody does that. That's horrible. Let's see. David Lama, new LG TV, so can't say. Yeah, new TV, we won't know yet. Let's see. Hoopy, at the watches topic, remember when Apple said the S1 was made so you could replace it with the upgraded S chips in the future, so you didn't have to replace the whole watch? Really? I honestly didn't remember that. I know that there was talk about it, like that was rumored. I didn't remember Apple actually saying it, did they? Because holy crap, did that promise fall through. Let's see, car guys in the 60s getting into old school routing, like car guys today are into old school mechanics. I genuinely think that'll happen, yeah. Give it time. There will definitely be big modifications to cars where people are basically gutting out all the old stuff, replacing as much of the smarts of the car as they can. And yeah, they will replace everything with newer stuff. At a certain point, people are going to be driving around like the 2020 Honda Accord with a like, I'm trying to think of what the technology will be called in the future that's going to make sense. I don't know. Let's imagine a world where Roku somehow becomes a big company, and they'll be driving around with Roku Auto in your 2020 Honda Accord. I don't know. It could happen. Roku becoming huge. Haha. Okay, anyway. Curvy Mermaid. You have an LG C1 OLED 65-inch. Best purchase made in recent years. Hoopy. Quote, I overhauled this 2024 Mustang Mach-E to run this real old system called Cyanogen for a real neon look. Oh god. Tron revival. Hoopy just got the same one in 55-inch. Curvy got the home theater gaming PC connected to it. Nice. G-Sync goodness and FreeSync for the XSX and upcoming PS5. Got a PS5 on GameStop drop. The last 6G edge processing. Nice. Okay, so actually caught up for once in a while. But yeah, I mean, these computer situations in all of this, in all of these big pieces of hardware, it is going to become a sustainability issue. It absolutely will. No one's going to be able to easily do this, and companies, I think, are actually going to, maybe not immediately. I think this is that classic thing where we're first getting some of this technology going, and understandably there's going to be a point of, sorry, we kind of have to throw out the first generations of a few things. But at some point, I think smartwatches are definitely going to hit this because they feel so disposable. I think it's also going to come up a lot more with probably cars. I think will be next. Smart TVs, I don't know that this is going to happen, or if it does, it's going to take a long time because TVs are so easily handled by dongles. But I think at a certain point, people are governments, let's say, are probably going to start looking at cars and saying, hey, we really, really don't want the software in a car to become the thing that makes people throw away their cars. And when that time comes, I think that's going to be that might become the breaking issue. It's either going to mean software companies and the car manufacturers have to support them longer, or it's going to mean that the hardware inside will have to be interchangeable and modular. One of those two things will happen. Cars will become more modular when they become a service, but there's still little incentive for companies to do this on their own. Very possibly, yeah. I mean, I think there will always be a reason people choose to buy a car instead of have it as a service. But yeah, there's certainly that possibility. Let's see. What else is there? Part of me wonders if that could actually become a viable option with TVs. I hear my cat screaming. She loves attention. Poopy, I can see the computer is becoming replaceable, but with proprietary connectors and limited support for features with non-stock devices. In a car, I hate saying this, because believe me, I really hate saying this, but I'm okay with that in a car. I think we can live with it. It's not ideal. It sucks. And let's be honest, the aftermarket market is going to come up with reverse engineered stuff anyway. I mean, let's be honest. Camera companies were like, hey, we're going to come up with our own proprietary systems so that our camera and only our lenses work together. And then other companies were like, yeah, no, we're just going to reverse engineer your protocols and make everything work. It's okay. We have that technology. And that's how you ended up with Sigma, Tamron, what's the name of that other company? Rokinon, or also known as Samyang. Yeah, like these companies reverse engineered the stuff so that they could make their own lenses that work with the electronics. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. So, yeah, I could see the proprietary connectors happening, but someone will reverse engineer them anyway. All that being said, as long as you could still realistically go to a dealership and say, every 3 or 4 years, just pay the dealership $600 to upgrade the computer inside. Now, I know $600 sounds like a lot, but consider your phone. If you're willing to spend let's say $1,000 or somewhere close to that every 2 years on a phone, I'm okay with them. I'm okay with paying a dealership $600, $700 to upgrade the computer in my car, as long as I'm actually getting something out of that upgrade. Like, this should make the screen look better, faster menus, everything should actually be smooth. Give me a feature improvement or two, that like something I feel like I'm actually getting for the money instead of just an upgrade for upgrade's sake. But yeah, give me some enhancements. I'm okay paying for that, as long as I'm getting a lot out of that system, and as long as I'm getting improvements from the upgrade. I'm okay paying a fair amount of money. And let's be honest, the upgrade is going to take them, depending on what they're upgrading, they might be replacing a screen. Maybe they're replacing the computer inside. Maybe they're replacing a few other things. Maybe they have to do a few other steps. I don't know. But it's a dealership, so it'll be like a 2x markup though. Bullshit. It's gonna be like a 4x markup. But, and yeah, I'm saying $600. That presumably just replaces computer. I'm sure by the time that you're replacing display, your screen, forget it. That now you're talking like $1,500. You know they're gonna charge off the charts high prices. But go ahead, let's have this upgrade process. Please, let's have an upgrade process. It makes sense. It needs to happen, because there's no reason that your car in 2030, you can have a car that's still running, possibly still running really well, or maybe you've replaced a few things inside of it. Whatever, but you shouldn't be stuck with the software and mediocre hardware. It doesn't work. Can we just not have dealerships instead? Oh my god, please. You just described my fantasy future. I hate dealerships so goddamn much. I can't tell you how much I've never had a good experience with a car dealership. But yeah, anyway. Peace item. You want a Samsung Freestyle? I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm quickly Googling it. Bluetooth projector for phone. Oops, damn it. Come on. There we go. The Freestyle. Wait, this is 180 degree. Plain Joy big screen experience. Projector optimizes screen size, autofocus, levels the image even when pointed at an angle. Access your streaming apps. Okay. Okay, well, cool. Wasn't familiar with it, but oh, whoops, I wasn't screen sharing. Yeah, so you're talking about this. Yeah, the thing is, I don't personally care that much for projectors in like the sense of projecting on a wall or a screen. I kind of like what Austin said. I want a better contrast ratio, because there's no concept of getting true blacks off of something like this. You're blasting it onto a white screen. You don't get great contrast ratio out of this sort of thing. It's literally impossible. Not that makes it bad, but it limits it. That being said, actually, I want to share a video for you guys. I'm not going to show the whole video because, you know, copyright strikes possibly. Andreas Ham? Am I spelling that right? I think I did. No, wait, that's the wrong guy. How would I find it? Okay, I know I'm subscribed to. Oh crap, I can't see. I'm fairly certain that's the right name. Maybe it's him. Filmmaker from Oslo, Norway. That's my boy. Yeah. This guy's pretty cool. Okay. All right, so he did a thing that I would love to reproduce myself. Let me find the video of it because it is just such a bonkers idea and it's so cool. Okay, here it is. Okay. So this is why I would kind of like a projector. He decided to get some friends together. Okay, where's it at? They went out into the wilderness. There's them carrying a couch. They went out to this waterfall. I'm just kind of treating this as slideshow mode. They brought a massive screen. They hung the screen. Yeah, there we go. So that's where they hung the screen. Now, if you look close, you'll notice there's all that water down there behind him. He's up on the opposing cliffside. And they did a movie night. Actually, wait. Yeah, they accidentally dropped part of the couch. There we go. They did a movie night with a projector shining on the screen. They set up a floating barge to put a couch on. They had other people up on the rock wall. This whole setup. Oops. Like, this would be so much fun. I want to do this kind of stuff. And this, to me, is what a projector is for. So, you know, and by the way, I'm claiming fair use, proper usage by the fact I'm commenting on this as I play it. Hoopy, you'd need a bright projector for that situation. Bear in mind, they waited until nighttime to do this. Like, you can see that this is super dark now. And if I remember, Andreas was using an A7 III at the time, I believe. So night, like, the noise capabilities on that camera in this type of light were pretty good. So, like, it can see practically in the dark, but it can't make the impossible happen. So, like, you know, yeah, this photo was probably taken with, actually, wait, what was that guy taking that photo with? Yeah, I can't quite tell from that, but that's not, yeah, I'm not sure what camera that is, but still, like, it's getting a lot of detail, but still, you can tell that's at night. That's the freaking moon up there. So, yeah, you would not need, and actually, I don't know if you're referring or responding to other things that people are saying, but, Austin, you think sound would be a bigger issue? In this particular setup, if you're inside of a valley situation, you actually have sound bouncing off the walls. Frankly, it would be pretty terrible no matter what. Rock walls bounce sound like crazy. That being said, who cares? You're not going out there really for the movie. You're going out there for the fun of it. I mean, for God's sake, they're watching Mr. Bean. You're already not there for the movie. Mr. Bean is not something you watch. It's just something that you get drunk to or something. Okay, anyway. So, yeah, I want a projector for this kind of thing. If some company will send me a projector, I kid you not, 100%, I will recreate this setup. I have friends who will happily do this. I don't know exactly where I would do it, but I have a location in mind that could be used. And I will make a video of it. 100%. I just need to find a company that would send the projector. And ideally, maybe... Well, no, not ideally. I need a company that would send the battery. I think battery tech would actually be a fairly easy one because people are always offering batteries to AP. But keep in mind, for something like this, you need big batteries. You can't get by with, like, you know... You can't get by with little phone-sized battery packs. This is the sort of thing where it's got to be like the size of a car battery. All right. Anyway, so scrolling back up to earlier comments. Dave Lama, my dealer replaced a cracked bumper which required unplugging a temperature sensor and resetting the temperature sensor, and it cost $500. Also, if the temperature sensor isn't reset, the dash won't start. Jesus Christ. I hate dealerships. And of course they didn't tell you until after it was unplugged. Nice. Clever. Let's see. Austin, the Freestyle looks cool, but it needs a better contrast ratio. Yeah, we talked about that. Don't worry, the Freestyle has Bixby. Nice. 900 is kind of steep though. Honestly, I don't even know what the projectors cost. I know Corbin. It's kind of sad Corbin's not on tonight. He probably could have told us about this, but I know he reviewed several. Okay, let's see. For that resin performance, you can definitely get a competitive Anchor offering. Yeah, just because Anchor has done enough of them, I'd be a little more inclined to try one of theirs first. But I don't know, Anchor, I'm not sure that that's really their forte either. Not to say it's something Samsung's done a lot of, but I feel like Anchor has right now, like with a Gen 1 versus Gen 2 situation, like if I was buying right now, I'd probably lean Anchor, but in the second generation I might lean Samsung, because I think Samsung will learn more and improve the product significantly for a second generation. But I don't know, I'm just kind of throwing that out there as an afterthought. Let's see. Awesome. My mom has an inflatable projector screen they put by the pool in the summer. Yeah, those certainly work. I've seen them before. I don't have much opinion on them, though. I think I would prefer just what they did in this situation, which is bring out a big... What they brought out was just a big frame with a sheet stretched over it, if I remember correctly. Let's see, do they show... Yeah, this is them making the... Oh wait, this might have been the floating barge. Nope, that's the screen. Okay, so yeah, they just brought out some pieces of wood, stapled a white sheet basically to it, and that was their screen. Frankly, if you're doing anything portable, that would make more sense to me than dragging out something inflatable. Because with inflatables, you got to fill it up with air, and then keeping them from moving is also kind of tricky. Let's see. Hoopy, the projector you have, the Capsule 2. It's cheaper. 720p. What was the Freestyle's resolution? I didn't actually look at that. Full HD, so 1080p. All right. For price comparison, to get a 720p at 580 versus 900 for 1080p, I could kind of see that making sense. Cody's projector screen. Why would you pick something that's got Twilight on it, Austin? I can't even open that. I don't know how litigious they are, but I'm not going to open it. Let's see. Various other stuff that they have. That's the... Okay. Oh, they have a 4K? I'm honestly surprised by that. How much does the 4K cost? Oh, it's a Kickstarter project. Yikes. What are they trying to get? So, okay, so their suggested retail price is $1,600. Yikes. Okay, that's beefy. That's real beefy. But for 4K, I guess it kind of makes some sense. Okay, we can close those. Let's see. Hoopy saying Anchor is much further than Gen 2. No, I completely... obviously, yes. Anchor is much further than Gen 2. What I'm saying is, when Samsung gets around to making a second generation of theirs, I would expect it... I'm suggesting that it will very possibly leapfrog Anchor. As in, their Gen 2 will get substantially better because they will have learned lessons from making Gen 1. And they will apply those lessons. Samsung does... There's no denying, Samsung is pretty good at this. They typically figure out... Getting a DMCA strike for Twilight would be hilarious. No, it wouldn't. This is one thing I'm going to find a way to never have, is a DMCA strike for Twilight. But hey, what do I know? I could be a big time streamer and get banned from Twitch for 2 days for airing an entire freaking movie. That would be cool, wouldn't it? But yeah, anyway. What was I gonna say? I don't remember now. But yeah, I think Samsung could probably do more in their second generation than Anchor will have jumped in a few generations. Mostly because I imagine, or in part because I think Samsung would try to make a big splash with a second generation. Let's see. All right. Quickly skimming down. Poopy. Yeah, I don't think Anchor even has a 1080p projector that isn't the size of a car battery or bigger. Yeah, probably not. So, yeah, anyway. I'm quickly skimming over all the comments. I caught up on YouTube. They use Kickstarter to fundraise initial manufacturing run of things. We're going to build anyway strategy. Yeah, here's the thing. I used to mind it, but I don't care when companies promote their products through Kickstarter anymore. If they're going to build it anyway, fine. Use it as a pre-order system. I don't care. It's dumb. You're kind of taking advantage of Kickstarter fans, I guess is what I would call them, the Kickstarter community. But yeah, whatever. They like ordering stuff. That's a place you can basically do it as a pre-order discount system. Okay. I think companies are just throwing away their own money if they do it on Kickstarter, because you have to give a pretty good chunk of what you would have made over to Kickstarter. And that, to me, like, fine. I just don't think it's that cost effective. But hey, for the promotional value you get for selling to people who probably otherwise would not have bought the product, I don't know, maybe that's worth it. Does Kickstarter even really have a community anymore for devices? Sure. I mean, would I say it's great? I doubt it. But the thing is, news outlets stopped covering Kickstarter. Like, we all did, because there were too many instances. And I mean, I know I wrote about 1 or 2 of them. There are definitely other writers who wrote like dozens of posts about Kickstarter projects that we all thought, wow, that's really cool. You know, we want to see this succeed. And then maybe the project fails, in which case, all right, our article kind of was a, hey, let's hope this succeeds kind of thing. All right, that happens. In many other cases, we would promote stuff, the project would technically succeed, and then whatever they shipped was hot garbage. Or they didn't ship. I mean, this happened, and I don't think any of the ones I wrote were like that, but oh wait, hold on a second. Oh, I gotta look this one up. I think I wrote about oh, please tell me I didn't write this one. Okay, I can't find it, which hopefully means I didn't write about it, but maybe I'll just search for robot bartender android police. There were a couple of these, and oh wait, is this? Man, there was some robot bartender thing that was just absolutely... Oh wait, no, I think I wrote about the one that does beer. Okay, Liam Spradlin wrote about one of these. This one. The Isaac becomes the first Android-powered bartender. Fun, ingenious, and open source. I don't think that one was Kickstarter, though. Gotta love how all of our old articles are broken now. Isn't that awesome? Okay, so... yeah, that wasn't a Kickstarter. We'll just... Brewy. Yes, that's one I had to write about. Okay. And I kind of got pressured into writing this. So, just, that's my defense. But Brewy promises automated beer making for novices and pros. Reaches 100,000 on Indiegogo funding goal. I mean, I don't know what happened with this. I didn't follow this project. I don't think, did I? Please tell me I didn't. I don't think I wrote any follow-ups to it. Doesn't look like it. But these things, I mean, this particular thing, like doing a brewing station, all right, that's a little better. But automated bartenders, they're not good. They're terrible products. I remember arguing we shouldn't cover any of those. David, you think Keurig has a drink mixing machine? They're awful enough. I believe this. Keurig is one of those companies I want to go away. I get why they exist, but Jesus. Anyway, yeah, so wow, man, I wrote such a much longer article than I thought I would. Also including the term dipsomaniac, which, for those who don't know, that should be your word of the day. Dipsomania. It is an uncontrollable craving for alcohol or drugs. It is actually a term that is basically fallen out of use, but there you go. Word of the day, dipsomaniac. Anyway, so yeah, these things generally kind of suck, but you never know, maybe they're good. The thing is, so many of the things that came out of Indiegogo or Kickstarter, like, you know how many things I still use that I bought on those? I didn't buy too many things. I think I've only bought maybe 5 things off of crowdfunding services. And as I look around, I can tell you I don't have anything immediately within reach that I bought off of a crowdfunding service. I can say... Oh, wait. I have something. God damn it, and it's even within reach. And I kind of use it, but I haven't been using it a lot lately. I can't believe I'm actually saying it. I actually have something. It is the Switch Pod. It is a tripod that basically folds up into a handle, so you can put a camera or, you know, some sort of holder up here. Yeah, you can attach this, and it's meant to be held out and used as kind of like a vlogging tool. But again, part of the thing about it is it also expands into a tripod, so you can put your camera down and stuff like that. I do actually still carry this with me pretty much everywhere. Well, with my camera gear. I carry it with my camera gear. And it is actually, it has its uses. I can't say I use it a ton all the time, but I do use it. And seeing as I'll be doing some video work, you will see more of it. So there is that. This I actually did buy off of, I forget if it was Indiegogo or Kickstarter, but I did pre-order this. Cody's house is made of tripods, gimbals, and drones. That is not true. It's just tripods and gimbals. The drones are inside the house. They're too expensive to make a house out of. Okay, anyway, but yeah, going back, does Kickstarter really have a community anymore for devices? They definitely do. It's just definitely less. Like, it's not what it used to be. Let's see, Hoopy, rewards include exclusive PNGs. You know, I hadn't thought about it, but oh my god, I bet that's gonna become the next big thing. Anyone who pre-orders off of Kickstarter or Indiegogo, they're probably, like, I bet companies are going to start minting NFTs to give you with your pre-order. So you will be able to hold the exclusive ownership over those NFTs. And if those companies are smart, then they will make it so that being a holder of those NFTs will also get you some sort of discount or benefit with future purchases. And that will give an aftermarket to those NFTs, which of course the companies, if they're smart, will also demand some slice of the resale value. You know, same thing all the game companies are doing. And I hate that I'm even saying this because it's such a terrible idea, but we all know it's going to happen. Anyway, oh, your original comment actually had a bunch of NFT stuff. Nice. That fits. Okay, hold on one second. Oh, okay, your original said, check out my Kickstarter for a new crypto based on NFTs and Web3. Rewards include exclusive PNGs. Nice. Duh. At least YouTube knows to get rid of the NFT and Web3 talk. Anyway, David, old articles look rough with the new site. Oh my god, do they ever. It's funny because when we moved to Android, the AP2 theme a few years back, which took way too long to build, but when we moved to that theme, it's really funny because there was months of effort that went into making the old article theme, or the old articles, look good in the new theme. And like, I had to go back and make changes to some of my old articles. There were other things that were just really overcomplicated, but it was made to work. since Valnet came and took over and imported everything. I mean, we got problems everywhere. Like, you know, this is obviously not entirely fair, but this, you can see it. Like, this is obviously a very low res image that's been stretched out. You can see tons of artifacting in it. It, like, look at that jagged line. That jagged line is just ridiculous. This is like this looks like it's 12 pixels wide that got stretched out. It's just awful. Yeah. They did not put a lot of effort into finding ways to make this stuff work. And to be fair, I get why, because they're still putting a ton of... They have to still put a ton of effort into making the current things work that need to be there. Hoopy. That's just how Brewy looks in real life. It might be. It actually might be. Let's see. Anyway, Hoopy, you got an Ouya for the heck of it. How'd that turn out? How'd that turn out? I'm just curious. I'm thinking not. Yeah, Ouya was one of those, at least they had honorable goals. Except the people behind it were kind of shady. The execution was really poor. They couldn't get anyone on board to develop for it. Yeah. And I mean, none of this is on you. They promised a lot and under-delivered everywhere. David Lama, you never bought a crowdfunded product. Question, would you buy, out of curiosity, just posing the question, would you buy a crowdfunded product from a company that is obviously going to make the product anyway? In other words, you're basically just buying a pre-order. I'm assuming you would do that, right? Or do you wait for reviews? Because I know some people, they won't touch stuff just because they're really worried it's going to come out as garbage anyway. Beast item, only thing you ever ordered. Oh wait, what? Oh yeah, plastic. Okay, sorry, for a second I thought this was a different one. Yeah, I believe Artem had this too. I think Artem had this and coin, and I'm pretty sure he hated both. Honestly, I like the idea. I wasn't gonna pay for this one because I forget why, but I remember learning something about plastic and finding out, like, or figuring out there was no way in hell I was gonna go near it. Because I think there was something about their security was really iffy or something like that, or maybe it was how you had to use it. I don't know. There was something. Anyway, I wasn't gonna go near this one, and for whatever reason, I also avoided coin. And I think I remember also saying, like, these are things that one day someone else is going to make better. Turns out I was wrong on that. No one made them better. We just started using our phones to do a better thing. So it kind of didn't matter. Yeah, exactly. MST basically, like, MST made this concept irrelevant. Sorry, I should have been screen sharing, but for those that don't know, the idea was it was a credit card that you could basically have digitally switch between your various cards. And yeah, it was a smart idea, ish, but yeah, it was never gonna happen, or rather it wasn't gonna happen very well. So yeah, I'm glad you could get your money back. Hoopy, Cody's house is a tent held up by tripods and a drone holding the center up. I mean, sometimes it is that cold, so maybe. My house is probably very stable in the event of an earthquake. Not with all the tripods stacked on top of each other. OnePlus 10 with exclusive NFT wallpaper. Give it time, man. Give it time. My webcam is just a drone parked above my monitor. How'd you figure me out? It's true. It's actually just a Mavic 2 Pro with just pointed at my face. David Lawman, can't wait for the next generation of cameras. Mint NFTs straight from your camera. So, funny you say that. I have actually heard this suggested in the dumbest of ways, but I have heard this suggested as a means of copyright for images. And actually, I'm not opposed to some of that idea. If you basically generate your ownership over an image, the image gets created and automatically gets basically minted with, presumably minted, and it gets added to not a blockchain, but presumably a proof of ownership style system. I've heard it suggested. Let's just say that. It would be kind of the new version of the poor man's copyright, basically. Yeah, it could happen. But part of me hopes it doesn't. I just, there's nothing more I can say. Part of me hopes it doesn't. Anyway, Hoopy, the Ouya was a neat novelty, which is more or less what you got it for. For what it's worth, that's kind of what I did with Pebble. I never even ended up opening the Pebble they sent me. I still have an original Pebble in its original Kickstarter box, unopened. If I could find some random collector who really wanted this, it's probably worth a ton to them. No one else would want this, which sucks. I really wish I'd resold it when the price was temporarily like through the roof for those things, because I hated the company. Like, I thought it was a really great idea. I wanted to support it. I wanted to get one, and I wanted to get one so I could develop for it. I actually wanted to like try selling apps for it too. And then the company just became such dirt bags. Like, they acted so horribly. They were rude to backers. They were just douchey about everything. They were spammy as could be. Like, I just instantly hated them. And then I saw some of the things that they were doing with their development and with the development environment, plus just how they were operating a lot of stuff, and how they were basically making it really terrible for anyone to try to make any sort of money off of Pebble apps. At which point it's like, yeah, guys, no, you suck. Like, you're actively terrible. And so I just never opened the box. And so, yeah, I kind of wish I could find somebody who was crazy enough to want this, because I got it, but no one will ever want it, I think. Maybe I should put it up on eBay. There might be some weirdo out there who's super into it. Let's see. Awesome. You got the Omate TrueSmart. I have no clue what that was. Oh, that was... Okay. I vaguely remember this. Yeah, I definitely remember this. It's, a lot of people drew comparisons to this and the iPod, not Touch, the iPod Nano that you could use as a watch. I think it was the Nano. Now Google owns Pebble? Wait, really? Did... Who bought Pebble? I thought Pebble went to... Oh, okay, it was purchased by Fitbit. Alright. I forgot about that. I thought Pebble went to... God, somebody else. I can't remember who. But yeah, that's right. It did go to Fitbit. So... Hey, maybe some Googler would... Some Googler who now works on... who works on this might look at this and go, ooh, I'd love the collector's item. Yeah, I'll buy this random Pebble off this random dude that talks about Google all the time. I just need to find a way to market eBay auctions specifically to Googlers. Specifically to Googlers who work on Android Wear. That makes sense. David Lama. Depends on the products. Cyberpunk is the last time you'll pre-order a game. Well, yeah. Pre-ordering games is almost always a bad idea. Even if they offer you stuff, which is what sucks. Like, man, you kind of it's always tempting to pre-order games and various other things because of the perks that you get. But then it comes out and if it's bad, like you didn't get warning. And I know that's the point of pre-order systems, but ugh, it sucks. You did pre-order an RTX 3060. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Hoopy, real talk, are we going to see OnePlus retrace HTC steps with the crypto phone? Honestly, yeah. But everybody's going to retrace HTC steps. Sadly, HTC was just ahead of its time with a terrible idea. Everybody else is going to do this terrible idea too. Because keep in mind, like, OnePlus has now already announced minting crypto on their thing. Didn't Samsung say something like this was coming? I could be wrong, but I swear Samsung said that they were going to support some feature like this. Maybe that was just a rumor or a leak. I'm not quite sure. Let's see. I guess they have the crypto wallet, so there is that. So, I mean, if this isn't basically becoming a crypto phone, I don't know what is. And man, imagine having all of your stuff in a phone that is easily stolen. But yeah, I don't like this. So yeah, I think OnePlus is going to definitely follow HTC's footsteps on that. But I don't think that's going to kill OnePlus. The thing is, I think everyone's going to have this. Samsung's obviously already going down that road. OnePlus is going down that road. That's a given. You don't have to go down that road. Like, Apple doesn't have to go down that road specifically, but you know that there are going to be apps that do. I mean, there already are. And it's not like Apple's stopping them. They're fully encouraging it. And I mean, at this stage, Google is Google. Like, they probably don't have it built in, but they will. There will be stuff built in. Maybe not a wallet. Maybe it'll be minting NFTs. Maybe it'll be this. Maybe it'll be that. But everyone in one way or another is buying into the crypto thing. So, sadly, that is the world. Do they still have a website? I mean, I guess so. Yep, they still have their blockchain phone site, the Exodus 1. Yikes. That's something. That's something, guys. Oh yeah, you got a quote from the co-founder of Ethereum. Ooh. Yikes. So much cringe. Let's see. 5G. Oh, interesting. So they're doing a hub, which, alright, that's a thing, and they still, of course, are running Vive. Though Vive, at this stage, I'm somewhat skeptical that Vive has a future. Just because I don't know that HTC can really keep that ball rolling. Yeah, I never forget about Vive. To me, when I think about HTC, Vive is the only thing I think about now. Well, obviously that and old phones, but I wasn't sure if HTC even still made phones. Which, I mean, arguably I think, let's see. I think it's fair to say at this point they kind of don't. I'm not sure if HTC even makes any phones outside of the blockchain phone, the Exodus 1. But it kind of, and considering how old that is. Though, well, they're peddling Noddle. I guess that's semi-recent. Yeah. And the 5G hub is like 3 years old. Jeez. Okay, yeah, HTC's probably... I mean, they still exist. But part of me does wonder if they're spinning down. Get that off screen. Doesn't need to be there. Okay, let's see. Scrolling back up real quick to hit earlier comments. Let's see. Okay, saw that. Alright, they just stopped consumer tech stuff for the most part. Yeah, they are still a factory for hire, for sure. You're definitely right with that. But from my understanding, they even had to sell off some of their factories, so, and that was to like cover some debts or something. My hunch is HTC is kind of skeletal at this stage, but I don't know. Maybe they're still doing a lot of stuff for other people. It's hard to say. Don't get me wrong, I'd kind of like to see them make a triumphant return, not to smartphones, because holy crap, no, they should not do smartphones anymore. I loved their smartphones back in the day, but holy crap, would they, like, that is fighting the worst uphill battle they could ever fight. They do not have the marketing money, they do not have the power to pull that off. They need to stay out of the smartphone business from here on out. But yeah, anyway, Carson, they don't even tell you how to buy it though. Really? Okay. They don't even tell you it, dude, like, or wait, are you talking about the Exodus phone? Hold on. If that's what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, I guess that must be it, because the Exodus never launched, really? HTC Exodus. Technically there was a review, I guess. There's unboxings. Yeah, unboxings and reviews. I mean, it seems like somebody got it. Exodus 1 for sale. Where can I buy the phone and how much is it? Buying options, HTC Exodus. Yeah, I think you guys... I bet they stopped selling it since. Like I think it came out, or I'm guessing it came out. And then they probably killed it. Let's see, what's under the learn more? Full specs. What was the processor? An 845. Dude, yeah, that's ancient. Okay, yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. It came out, they sold it. At a certain point, they stopped selling it. That's it. Maybe you can only buy with crypto. What was the thing that you could only buy with crypto? There was something. I think it was a phone. Could be wrong. But yeah, I'll bet it came out and just never... Or we never noticed. Which is maybe worse than not coming out. Okay, anyway. So, let's see. The Exodus phone is partnered with a company banned from doing business in the US. 5G hub is like 3 years old. Binance is nearly dead in the West. Yeah, I mean, didn't Binance run a scam on its customers or something? I forget the specifics, but I know there was some controversy about them. David, remember the Palm spinoff? I honestly don't know that I do. Oh, so Binance is just a new company now? Like there's actually a new company that does it? Okay, anyway, yeah, so I don't know. The thing is, as much as HTC may be laughable for having done this, and I hate saying that, like I used to like the company, but as much as it's a comedy act that they did this, I think the honest truth is like they were just ahead of their time. You know, they tried something, it was a bad idea. It's still a bad idea today, but everyone's gonna do it now. That's the thing. Like, it caught on. This trend is not dying tomorrow. So, and believe me, I hate saying that. I think so. NFTs I think are a scam, by and large. I'm not saying that they are all a scam, but what people, you know, what people are doing with them are a scam. This is a scam. You know, I'm sorry, but these 8 pictures are not in any way, shape, or form going to be valuable someday. But yeah, you know, that being said, I do think that there will probably be some value to some NFTs that will happen no matter what. Like it will persist. But I think this is more like the Beanie Baby craze. David Lama, it's called art. No, it's not. I know you're joking, but no, it's not. Yeah, no, I think that this is just like Beanie Babies. It's a craze. It's gonna happen right now. People are gonna throw their money at it. There will be a few people who are still trading these things in a decade, and they will think it's the greatest thing on earth. And everybody else is gonna look at this and go like, oh yeah, remember that time? Remember that time on Twitter when people spent like the price of hold on, let me think. Hold on. Actually, let's just look this up. What is a $3,000 car? sorry, $300,000 car. That's what I meant. Sure. No, wait, not that. Yeah, screw it. We'll just... Yeah. Sure. Okay. Somebody spent the cost of a Rolls Royce on owning a digital certificate that says you own a PNG. You could have bought a Rolls Royce. Not that who cares about a Rolls Royce? Rolls Royce is whatever. But you could have bought that. But instead, you bought a PNG that you can't even really own. Good job. You could have bought a Ferrari Spider, just like every single guy who is rich and going through a really lame midlife crisis. Okay, I say that, but look, I would love to own. I would love to own a Spider. Say what you will, I think they're gorgeous cars. And most Ferraris, I think, are gorgeous cars. Sorry, it's a thing. I don't think it's midlife crisis if I've always loved Ferraris. Maybe not this. Maybe not the Pista. Now, that looks a little too much like a toy car. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't throw it out of bed. I'm just saying. Oh my God. A McLaren. Yeah, please. I'm just saying, like, these idiots who are buying a PNG could have bought any one of these things and had way more fun with it. That is a better investment even. Hell, you buy that car, treat it well, sell it in 10 years. Holy, are you kidding me? It'll be worth more than you paid for it. That's an investment too. Hoopy, you gotta go. Take it easy, man. Good to have you here. For what it's worth, stream probably won't go too much longer anyway, so you're not missing too much. You'll be selling your messages on stream from Twitter later. Totally get you. That's the Forza collection. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, let's be honest. This is what these cars are made for now, to highlight in racing games, or maybe that's what racing games are made for, is to highlight these cars. Like, take it however you want. Like, racing games make these cars still relevant. Maybe not the Rolls Royce. Like, the Rolls Royce, the only thing that still makes those relevant is movies from the 40s. Wait, 30s. I don't know. Whenever. Old movies. Nobody cares about Rolls Royce anymore. But I'm sure somewhere out there is like somebody, if they heard that, they wouldn't even respond to me. They would just stick their nose up in the air and be like, no. And they'd walk away. Like, they wouldn't even care to argue. They just think they're above anyone that says Rolls Royce doesn't matter anymore. All right. Anyway, so what was I gonna say? Anyway, so in terms of cryptocurrencies, look, for what it's worth, and don't let Corbin hear me say this. I say that as I know Corbin will definitely be pinged to hear this. I will say this. I think there is point and purpose behind cryptocurrency. I think it can actually serve a real value. And I think there are a few legitimate places where cryptocurrency actually can be a really important thing to solving some, I don't want to say cultural, but we'll say it could be very important to certain political climates, certain regions where being able to own money is actually a legitimate problem, or where your local currency is actually just truly destroyed by a miserable government that is manipulating the currency. Examples that immediately jump to mind include Venezuela, and Oh, damn it. Oh my god, why am I blanking on this name? The country Rita, who used to work at AP. Rita just left. Oh my god, why am I blanking on the name of that country? Anyway, for those that know, say it in chat. I know you know. Someone knows. I can't believe I'm just totally blanking on this. Anyway. Lebanon, thank you. Yes, Lebanon's currency got absolutely destroyed by its government. So yeah, I think cryptocurrency can have some genuinely important value in some circumstances. But is it worth destroying the planet through mining? No. And is it... Carson, wait, Rita's leaving AP? Oh, dude, she left AP months ago. Well, months being like 2, maybe 3. I think it was 3 months ago. She left, it was about a month after the takeover. Give or take a week or two. I don't know exactly, but it was about a month. But yeah, so... Awesome. My drug dealer can't use PayPal or Venmo anymore, so crypto or cash only. Well, as they say, crypto's supposedly no good because, wow, it can be tracked. Yeah, that's how it works. Crypto can be tracked more than any bullshit. And that's not how it works. I love all the crypto bros who are like, no, you can like totally track every transaction. That's how the blockchain works. Well, yeah, but you're tracking a number going to a number. You can't, like, you can register a wallet, sure, and it can be linked to you personally, but then, guess what? Then you can create more wallets and not link them to you personally. That's a whole sneaky thing you can do. You can wash money this way. It's not hard. I don't understand how people are so goddamn stupid that they pretend that's not a thing. But goddamn stupid is just kind of the nature of a lot of people these days. So it is a thing. So let's see. David Lama. True fact. Not going to say more than that. Maybe an advertisement was covering the post. Oh God. No, she didn't do a post about she didn't do a post about leaving AP. Not on AP. She made an announcement on Twitter, but as far as I'm aware, that was about it. Awesome. Your drug dealer only takes insurance and crippling debt. Give it time. Give it time. That'll be a thing. Let's see. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Let's get off the car page. But yeah, so cryptocurrencies, maybe once we get past this stupid mining craze and treating them like a stock market, then their purposes, their genuine value might actually emerge. The thing is, though, by the time that happens, it's no more get rich quick schemes. It's just people will use cryptocurrency the same way they use regular currency, and that'll just be that. The irony, of course, is once you accidentally tear up a dollar bill, the dollar bill is actually gone forever, which is ironic. But it is what it is. Oh yeah, Carson. Okay, so yeah, I hadn't really had the explicit plan on switching topics to that, but you bring it up, and it is worth browsing that particular topic. Yeah. So, really quick. Sorry. Just, I'm closing tabs while I'm opening other tabs. If anyone wants to see it, that video of the guy making the outdoor theater. I just linked it in chat. He does some other cool stuff with video, but that particular video was just a fun watch. Kind of not live, but just kind of a good vlog sort of thing, and it was just neat as hell. Let's see. Okay, sorry, really quick. Okay. Not gonna actually open that one on stream. I want to leave that. Trending topics sometimes interest the hell out of me, I'm just saying. But I don't want to open that particular one on stream that I just opened in an extra tab. But I did just want to pop this one open real quick. I mean, come on. Show of hands, who thinks this is a bad idea for both of them? We all know it is. This is something that they're both gonna regret. But okay, cool. Moving on. MKBHD said my Pixel 6 Pro has slowly gotten so buggy since launch in October that I can no longer recommend it at $900. Combined with the latest botched update, it's just been a bad experience. My sim is back in the S21 Ultra till the next review. So I'm just gonna say I've heard complaints here and there. Certainly some people are having bad experiences. I'm hearing other people who like they're not having problems. Like some people, yes, that definitely had the connection issues. Like that did crop up. That was a real problem for sure. And it's supposed to be fixed with this month's update. Supposedly, I think. Or maybe oh, sorry, it's the update that will be due by the end of the month. Like the people who are unfortunate and not get the update in time, maybe end of the month. So the connection issue thing is supposed to be solved. And yeah, no denying that update, it fixed a lot of bugs, but it also created the connection issues. That's a problem, and shame on Google for not releasing a critical update to fix the connection issues. That being said, honestly, I look at this and it's like, I'm curious, what are the issues he's actually running into? Because a lot of people are saying that they're not having big problems. I've seen a few people complain about, the one problem I have noticed. And I will firmly agree, I think this has been a bit of a problem, though most people don't seem to have an issue with this, I don't think. But the ambient brightness detection on the phone does seem really wonky. Like, I've seen it get a little too bright. I've seen it get a little too dark. It happens. But I haven't seen a whole lot of... I don't feel like it's been a big problem. Let's see. I'm seeing a lot of made by Google responses here. Let's see. Holy crap, that is a lot of made by Google responses. So that's good, I guess. See, honestly, this is what I think is more likely a problem. If I'm being honest, I think it's Android 12 that's really the issue. Because on all of my Android 12 devices, I've noticed weird bugginess. But I know to attribute that to Android 12. Because I'm seeing the same issue that I see happening with... there it is. The same issue that I see happening on, let's say, a Pixel 6, I also see happening on on a Pixel 4 or the Pixel 3. Like, these are issues. I'm not attributing those to the Pixel 6. I'm attributing those to Android 12. Let's see. Austin, they're using both the front and back sensors, so when you use a flashlight in a dark area, the screen goes into high brightness mode and blinds you. Are they really? That's interesting. That would make a lot of sense. I don't know that that's my specific issue, but I've just noticed, like, I can be in a completely dark room and the screen will just be way brighter than it should be. Not topped out, definitely not topped out, but it just brighter. What did I get? Oh, another Android 12 bug. The good old, gotta love the Android 12 bugs. So I just got the Gmail huge gap bug where it just shows, like, there are a few emails above this, but yeah, just because huge gap, no good reason. But yeah, I just love that. No good reason for it, just there. Yeah, Android 12 bugs. But yeah, that's the thing. I feel like the issues people are attributing to the Pixel 6, at least some of them, certainly there are real Pixel 6 issues, like the connectivity problems and apparently there's a topic for Twitch streamers who are introducing themselves. Nice. I wonder if I should jump in on that and be like, I stream from a good service, because screw Twitch. But yeah, anyway, yeah, that's the thing. I'm not having problems with mine. Granted, I don't have my SIM card in it. I'm using my Pixel 6 a lot, but I don't have my SIM card in it. So I don't have the connectivity issue that other people are complaining about, but okay, MKBHG says, lots of small annoying things. Display constantly drops way below 120 Hertz. I mean, I'm not using it in high brightness mode, but I gotta say, it's pretty damn smooth. I don't know that I'm super concerned with this. And also, I've said in the past, and I still hold to it, I don't really care if it's dropping below 120 Hertz. I feel like that too much. I think too much is being made of the 120 Hertz thing. Fingerprint sensor is still slower than the rest. Yes, 100% true. I will agree with that wholeheartedly. That is a real problem. Lock screen and auto brightness bug out all the time now. I don't know what lock screen bug he's talking about, but okay. The auto brightness, just talked about that. The camera app has started slowing down. I use the camera on this, maybe not daily, but I use it pretty frequently. I don't have a problem with it. I haven't seen it slow down at all. So either he's taking a lot more pictures than I am, which, okay, maybe that's true. I guess if anyone would be, he probably would be, but yeah, I'm not having this issue. So do not know what to say. Yeah, I just don't, I'm not having this problem. And like David said, and I do agree with this, inconsistency is a problem. If you're having inconsistency, that is an issue. Is it an issue in this particular case? I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. I I sympathize with MKBHD because I've certainly had phones that had issues, but I'm wondering if this is... I kind of wonder if this is a case of like bad batches. Because let's not forget, MKBHD also got a review unit. Hey, Corbin, how's it going? Hey, you could always join. I'm not going to go too much longer. I figure probably... Well, not too much longer. Funny thing is, I actually had a lot of topics open and just did not hit hardly any of them. A lot of them just went away because they did. But yeah, so anyway, here's the thing. I can't help but wonder. Yeah, Corbin, we did talk crypto. I made fun of 8 PNGs, so that was the thing. Your bed's pretty comfortable. Corbin. You're never going to become pro streamer with an attitude like that. But anyway, yeah, so when it comes down to it, part of me wonders if the complaints, because I will say this, some of the complaints I've seen definitely came from people who got either review units or very early shipments. Oh, you watched the underwater short film. How cool was that? I mean, and especially just that shot of her shooting out of the oh damn it, now I can't think of the name of the chemical, but anyway, her shooting out of the cloudy water. Oh my god, that was the most epic scene. It mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. B-side, Bad Batches has been the story of every single Pixel release and is equally unacceptable. Here's the thing, I agree that it is unacceptable, but I would also point to, God, literally hundreds of phones. And yes, I'm actually using literally entirely correctly in this case. Hundreds of phones have come out where early batches had problems. It's so commonplace as to be ridiculous. It happens with almost every phone. If I could show you a montage of chat histories from reviewers at AP, it is mind-boggling how many people have come around and said, oh yeah, this phone, it was working great for whatever time, and then this thing happened, or that thing happened, or whatever, and then that issue never comes up with phones that shipped. Maybe it was just review units, or it's an issue that only happened with the first generation of devices that came out that were all like the early factory runs. It happens so fucking often. This is just normal, which is what sucks about being the first to buy a device. You were playing a game. You're basically playing kind of a Russian roulette that you're just going to get a bad one. So that's the thing. Like, Pixels, yes, Pixels are probably worse at this, and that's a side effect of being a small batch production. In theory, that's something that the Pixel 6 would hopefully be either not the correction to, but at least the start of a correction to. If you're gonna make something in huge numbers, supposedly you'll make orders that are gonna be better, but you never know. That being said, like, man, so many companies get this wrong, and B-side him, shouldn't he have had to send his review unit back long ago? Nope. Google does not ask for review units to be returned. I'm not going to say they never have. I don't know if there was a time when I'm not sure if there was a time when they asked for review units back, but they don't basically ever. Technically, they tell you that the review units are loaners, and they do give you the information for sending them back. but they do not ask for them back. If a reviewer does not send them back automatically, then they will never be asked to send them back. I suppose there's probably some special circumstances that might change that, but basically Google gives you the specifics and details so that you can send it back if your employer won't let you keep a review unit, or for some tax or government or official reason you can't keep it, but Google itself will not tell you to send back a review unit. So there you go. MKBHD definitely would not have sent his back. And strictly speaking, I am assuming his is the review unit, not purchased separately, but I have been told that they purchased a few also. I don't know what's being done with those. Though for what it's worth, I also heard they received more than one review unit, so, you know, who knows. Rumor has it they got at least 2 of each. Though, all I know is they got more than, what I heard is that they got more than 1 of each. I did not hear how many they got. Carson, can't believe no one did a review on the Google Pixel diving cases. Funny you mentioned that. Let's see. Because we did. AP actually did do that. It took months to get it. The Kraken Sports KRHO 4 diving case. My God, why did he do the image galleries like this? But yeah, we 100% did do that review. I don't entirely... There are aspects of the review that I don't think were done the best way. That's a totally separate issue. But yeah, so... The case was sent to some friend of a friend I believe some friend of a friend or something like that, who I think lives in Hawaii or was taking a trip to Hawaii, and they are the ones that went diving with it, and they used it with I think it was a Pixel 4. Let's see. Was it a Pixel 4 that they shot this with? Yeah, with a Pixel 4. So there was, you know, that I think we're the only one, or so I'm told. Actually, I believe the PR company, or maybe the company that makes the case, whatever, I believe they even told us we're the only ones that reached out and asked. And the funny thing is, when I saw this announced, I was the one who said, oh, we should get this. I totally have a place to review this. I have circumstances that would make this awesome to review. And I was told no. And then like 4 months later, it was suggested, hey, let's do a review of this thing. At which point they're like, oh, that's such a great idea. And the case got sent. It sat for several months before it finally got sent to the person who was going to go to Hawaii. Was it Hawaii? Where does it say? I guess not. Anyway, yeah, so whoever it was, wherever it was, yeah, it got sent to them. They took the photos and do they say no a lot at AP? Fairly often, yeah. To different things. But yeah, so anyway, it did happen. And it did need to happen. Like it honestly, it doesn't even have to be a review. Like this is just this can be kind of a fun post. honestly, what makes me sad is I totally would have done this as a, what I wanted to do, because I have this friend, I've shown pictures of this in the past, and let's quickly pull this up. So I have this friend, technically no longer owns this place. All right, let's see. Okay. I'm queuing up a spot in a video, which is not the best. I have photos of this place. What am I thinking? How about where trying to think of what I can show in this, because okay, no joke, I am checking to see, this is actually a true thing, I am checking to make sure nobody is naked. I guess that one's okay. Anyway, I have this buddy, he owns a pool, or used to. He just sold it last year. But I would have had access at the time. Okay. Anyway, this was his place. He dug out the pool, had a pool company actually come and install the physical pool part, and then he built all of this concrete work that you see off to the left edge and in the background. He built a waterfall, and this thing goes up actually really high. The top of the frame is roughly where the back wall stops. Anyway, the near side of the pool you can stand in, as you can see from the people there. The far side of the pool is deep enough that you can dive in. The most downvoted comment on that. I'll look at that in a second. Anyway, what I wanted to do was actually get down at the bottom of that pool, just dive down there, and then film people diving from the upper levels, jumping in. Like, I wanted to get recordings of actual things happening. Video, I think, would be I think video through this would be interesting, because this underwater photography, as cool as it is, like, yay, this is neat, but I would have wanted to get video, because let's be honest, the Pixel 4, if you put it in night sight mode and hold still for a moment, you could have a really like crappy image still look pretty good. You easily could still get, like, let's be honest, your images might look more like this in video, where a night sight image or something that's been shot in any special mode might look very different. So I kind of would want to see what video looks like. I think that would be very, very telling about the quality you're actually getting out of the case. Okay, so anyway, most downvoted comment. Wait, oh. Or just buy a stupid Ziploc bag with extra sellotape. Wow. That's not bright. Don't get me wrong, the funny thing is that can actually work. But what a dumb idea. Nobody should do that. Yeah, nobody should do that, because Ziploc bags, first off, just don't work that well. They're not actually that well sealed. And even if they are, frankly, the potential to snag the bag, like a Ziploc bag with on any edge, it to like the chance of poking it way too high. And yeah, your phone is only meant to go like to the bottom of a shallow pool. It's not meant to go deep underwater. So yeah, and water pressure will, if you don't get all the air out of that bag, like the water pressure will easily press that air out, and the moment that it does, the water gets in. Yeah, so don't do this. Anyone who thinks a Ziploc bag works, like this person says, it'll work in the shallow end of a pool, and you could get lower than what your phone is rated for, most likely. But don't do this. It would be so stupid. All right, anyway. Carson, I'm pretty sure the diving case does let you do video. Not sure why AP didn't cover that. To be fair, it was someone that AP asked to do it. Or, well, Ryan asked to do it. I'm not sure that guy thought about doing video, or I'm not sure if Ryan told him to try video. I have no idea. And strictly speaking, you could absolutely have put this inside of a case still recording video, or switched it to video mode first. I would have done all of that stuff. I think that's pretty key. But hey, it is what it is. So yeah. At least the support documentation mentions it. I think we need to just run a stream looking at comments on AP. Oh god. How much would I have to censor? Wow. I'd have to censor so much. Not even joking. There's some pretty heinous comments that come up on AP sometimes. I mean, it's true on any site. Any site that has open comments. There are people that just go around being awful on purpose. I love actually reading further into this thread. I love how this Bart guy honestly thinks that he's like genius. He thinks that he's on the winning end of this conversation. But okay, whatever. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just there's a whole lot of what the hell going on here, and I'm just gonna leave it alone at that. Okay, anyway, so what else do we have? I'm gonna miss this place. I'm so sad my buddy sold it. Technically he's still involved with the place because it's now serving another purpose, but man, I miss that place. Anyway, let's see. I wonder, is there a way? I don't think there's a way to see photos from the same location. Is there? I mean, I guess there must be, right? So I'm not sure if it would come up with photos from... Oh god. As I'm skimming down through some other photos, and it's like, yikes. A few of these just look so cringy. But hey, it is what it is. We'll leave that behind. We're good with this. Okay. Okay, so we can close that. What were we talking about before that sidetrack? Alright, let's see. Okay, so we kind of talked about the underwater video. Not a lot to say there, but if anyone hasn't watched it yet, it's so damn cool. It's in the Camera Talk channel. which actually I'll copy it out and paste it into the YouTube channel if anybody wants to pop that open separately too. But it's Sam Colder doing an underwater thing where they had to go down 100 meters to shoot a film, basically like partially free diving it. It's nuts. Carson, been loving the titles of my articles lately. I think you're kidding. I'm hoping you're kidding. I literally apologized for one today. Turns out the PR person I was talking to, let's see, I don't have that tab open on this computer, but the PR person I apologized to actually wasn't mad about it. He thought it was funny. But yeah, I 100% just apologized to a PR person about the title of my last post, because I felt like that was not an appropriate title. Or rather, not that it was inappropriate. I just felt like it was an unnecessarily negative title, because I don't have any negative opinion on it. But speaking of, and I'm actually going to use that as a transition to another topic, because the Lord of the Rings one, yeah. Just because the title includes it calls it weirdly, and says for some reason, it both implying like that there is no good reason for doing this and that it is a weird choice. Honestly, I think they looked kind of neat. I don't know that I would want them. They might be a little too over the top, but for me, for my style, but I thought they looked fine. I didn't really like the negative connotation to that title. The Lord of the Rings part, I think, is fine. I mean, they're named Mithril. That's the style choice that they made. Like, come on, it's Mithril. Like, it's obviously Lord of the Rings. Okay, anyway, so the OnePlus Buds Pro just got an update. Now, I'm not really going to talk about the Buds Pro themselves, but they got an update that added multi-point support. I tested it. The screenshots in the post do come from my phone. Which he didn't use a couple of the screenshots he probably should have used, but whatever. But yeah, I wish every pair of headphones would add multi-point support, because it is such a useful feature. I know not everyone is going to think this or care about this, but I love it. I kind of wish it was a little more than dual connection, but I understand why it isn't. The thing is, I have, not only when I'm testing earbuds, but just using them. I can't tell you how often I'll be sitting working at the computer, and I might want to be listening to music or a video or something like that, and then I get up to go somewhere and I might put something on my phone. I actually do this a lot. I mean, a lot. And I don't like repairing the device frequently. And I don't really want to manually switch which thing is connected, which is also kind of a nuisance. And I know there are other buds that do this. I don't know if the Galaxy Buds do, but I have a feeling if B-Slime's listening, he'll let us know. But man, I'll tell you, I want this on everything. If the OnePlus Buds Pro were actually comfortable to wear for long periods of time, which they're not, at least I don't find them to be, I would love to just go back to using these purely for that reason. I could live with the over-the-top bass. I could live with, well, I think the bass and the discomfort were really my only big issues, I think. Hold on. Yeah, there's the review. What were my complaints? Not so good. The excess bass, lack of an equalizer, so you can't fix the bass. The app situation, yeah, that's only an issue for some people. The squeeze controls, I was so about those. I had comfort in this list and it went away. but I did complain. I did complain about the comfort in the post. Yeah, by the way, sometimes edits are made to other things besides just titles. We don't always get tons of decisions. Beside them, in ecosystem only. Oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. That's really a shame, because multi-point support is so damn useful and it's easy to do. I mean, relatively speaking. It's kind of a shame that Samsung wouldn't do that one, because I mean, this is obvious living proof that it can be done with multiple devices, not just in a given ecosystem. But yeah, I love this feature. I want it so much more. So I know I'm kind of turning this into a topic, but only just to say, like, if anyone ever hears me, please, oh OEM gods, give us multi-point support on all true wireless buds. Literally all of them. I want it on all of them. That's it. I don't think I'm asking too much. Just all of them. Now. And I just saw something I don't believe, so I am quickly checking because I think it's a lie. And if it's not a lie, it will blow my mind. So, by the way, this is the title that I was talking about that I apologize for. OnePlus introduces a weirdly Lord of the Rings themed pair of earbuds for some reason. I personally think that sounds negative. And I did make a quick, polite apology about it, which I was told that the guys there thought it was funny, so it was no big deal. That's the part I find questionable, because I don't see how that is that. But okay. Anyone who's only listening and not watching has no idea what I just... Anyway. And I just looked and I struggle with believing this. Because I see a number, and I'm not sure that means trending, but wow. Actually, hold on a second. I actually want to... Hold on. I have to actually screenshot this real quick. Okay. That's done. Because, wow. So anyway. What's the plan this weekend? Oh, yes. Good question, and a perfect question, because it is a perfect time to end the stream. I honestly didn't think... Man, I thought today was going to be such a quiet day, because all the topics were short, and I didn't even get to everything, just for reference. Here's what else I also had open. The Android 12L Beta 2 for Pixel phones, and not the Pixel 6. I was totally going to try to make a topic out of that. Not much. Again, it was going to be short, but... You know, I was going to talk about... I didn't have a lot to say on it, but I was going to at least bring up the Exynos 2200 and that weird little drama. I didn't have a lot there, but I figured there might be something to say. In the moment, it might have come to me. We can close that. And I was going to skim over the Android 13 What We Know section, because there are a few topics in here that could kind of be broken out. Yeah, this is a first. I didn't run out of... Not only did I not run out of topics tonight, I had excess. Hell, some of this stuff would have even taken a long time. So, who knew? Go through trending topics on Twitter real quick. If what you're trying to get me to see is the Ann Coulter thing, not gonna lie, I have a tab open. I'm going to go look through that one in a little bit, because I feel like that's going to be funny. The implosion is real. Anyway, Beastline, what happens if you have them paired to two devices, like two phones? You have to tap connect on your iPhone settings, but in your Galaxy, you get a pop-up asking if you want to connect if they are active last. So, okay, I will answer that because it's actually kind of a neat answer. So, let's say, I'll switch focus real quick. Okay, let's say I have them paired with my Pixel 3 and my Pixel 6. Yeah, that's okay. I need a different background for this. There, okay. That kind of works. There we go. Pixel 3, Pixel 6. Get that nice little reflection going so you can see them. And I gotta remember I'm mirrored in this in a weird way, so... Or not mirrored, I guess I'm the opposite, whatever. Anyway, so they're paired with both because it is dual pairing. You are actually pairing the earbuds to both phones. So when I have music playing on the Pixel 3, it's got its thing going. You like that? You like that effect? Is that kind of working for playing music? And if anything happens on the Pixel 6 that is just like music or playing some sort of content audio, let's say media, if it's playing media, the Pixel 3 will keep playing through the earbuds. If you get a phone call, then the Pixel 3 stops and the Pixel 6 takes over. And it'll play the ringtone. If you pick up the call, then the Pixel 6 remains in command. If the Pixel 6, if you refuse the call or something like that, then the Pixel 6 stops and the Pixel 3 a second later resumes. I gotta admit, I'm kind of loving the fact that this just works. It looks like a music EQ thing going off. Oops. Okay, I can't quite read. There. Whoa, almost dropped that. So I didn't test it. I should have, but I believe if you have notifications come in, it's the same sort of thing. The notifications will take priority and they'll stop whatever else is playing so that you hear the notification. But basically, both devices are pretty much always connected. And it's just whichever one has a higher priority thing will take command. If two competing priorities are both going, then whichever one started first retains command. So I think that answers the question. If it doesn't, feel free to rephrase or give a specific scenario. There are some things I didn't test, like what happens if you're taking a call on one phone and you get a call on the other. I didn't test that. I didn't want to go too deep into this. Like, I wasn't getting paid to do testing, so that sounds annoying, you think? I mean, don't get me wrong, that's the thing, all multi-point stuff does this. Always on display should always be on. Screw that noise. Always on display, I don't like it. Not only do I'm okay with always on display, I don't hate it. I shouldn't have said it the way I did. I'm not against it, but I don't usually put on always on display. I just don't need it on most of the time. And for what it's worth, here's what you get with always on display. Because this phone has it on. If I turn this, well, this is kind of catching the edges because yeah. If I do this, I mean, is the phone that much more visible because always on display is on? Nah, it's not making a difference. Like, you can pick it out, but it's not enough. Like, that's not helping. So, yeah. Anyway, always on display wouldn't have really made a difference. And by the way, just to be clear, yes, this is 100% the Pixel 2 XL with always on display on, because truthfully, after I last reset it, after I last reset this phone, I just never turned off the always on display. I just left it on. So, but normally I either turn it off or it has just not been on. Apple will revolutionize always on display. You know that's absolutely going to be, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so with multi-point, there's two ways that they could do it. I've heard both of them in things, but and strictly speaking, I didn't test the notifications, so now I don't know how they behave exactly. But, or sorry, I guess technically there's three ways that they can do it. Some headsets, what they'll do is they'll pause whatever's playing on one device and play notifications or a ringtone or whatever. And that's what the OnePlus Buds seem to do for, I think, all cases. The next thing that some of them will do is they will basically mix the sound from both things, so you basically hear the notification while your music continues playing. And I mean, there is a positive to that. That can actually be ideal in some cases, but it can also suck. And then I have heard some of them, and they do kind of the same thing that like Google Homes do when you're watching TV, where if they hear a command, they will lower the volume of your TV without stopping it. I've heard of headsets, whatever, doing that. I don't think I've ever had one personally that did that, but I've heard of it being a thing. It depends on which thing you prefer. And I kind of wish there was an option to choose which thing you're going to do, but I can see why each one is better or worse depending on your circumstances. Let's see. Beside, you don't use lift to wake on either phone. As noting the lift to wake, I'm not a fan of lift to wake either, but again, the Pixel 2 XL, I reset it and did not put in a lot of settings. Hardly anything's even installed to this, because I don't need to. Right now, it's mostly just for testing, so yeah, I'm just not doing a lot with it. Though that vaguely reminds me, there is something I need to install really quick that I keep putting off. And it is now installing, so yay me, I accomplished something just now. Let's see, anyway, and I do not have to connect, like, once two devices are paired to the OnePlus Buds Pro, you don't have to connect anything else. Like, after that, whichever one's playing just automatically takes control. You do not have to make a concerted effort to switch devices or connect them. The only thing that happens is whichever thing plays is whatever takes control. Plain and simple. Is that the best solution? Again, that depends on preference, but I think it works pretty well. You get no on-screen prompts. It doesn't ask you to do anything. It's now connected, and that's it. Some people say that this might use up more battery. I don't know. I don't have a test that I'm going to try to do with that. So I'll leave that to other people who care. Because I almost never wear buds long enough to run their battery life out. So, you know, use as necessary, I guess. Oh, what is that? I need to open that tab and see what that is. Not for this, just right after stream. All right, anyway, so if there are any other questions, go ahead and drop them in really quick, but in a second I'm going to answer what the weekend plans are. Really quick too, B-Side said, you learn not to use the notification shade except to occasionally clear it. Why on earth has Apple not just copied the Android solution? The notification shade, they can make it better. At this point, they're just being lame, not copying it, because Android did it better. Apple, you can just admit it. Android's got it better. It's okay. That's the world we live in. Oh dear God. Really? That's what those... Okay. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Okay, so... what was I going to say? Oh, so for weekend. What is on the schedule this weekend? Weekend. Everyone take a shot. I'm gonna try to squeeze in a photo editing stream. Hopefully it will not be for the earbuds that I'm doing a review on. I hope to have that wrapped up before this weekend. I hope. However, I don't have it within reach, but I do have to do a big review of multiple microphones. So I will probably either do a photo shoot and or editing for that, hopefully. As far as games, very possibly, probably, maybe more Hitman. I don't know yet. Let's see, possibly more exploring the Stadia. I actually don't have a lot figured out yet for this weekend because it's a transitional period. We're figuring out what to do. But you know the routine. I'm gonna try to get in that photo shoot. We will see what happens. I hate saying it because I know better, but I might watch the Eternals after the stream. Oh yeah, that did hit this week. Wait, was it today? I thought it was supposed to be Friday, but maybe it was today. Let's see. Fortunately, I just happened to have that smooth little movie post. Wait, what the hell? Okay, it's not in that list. Is it in movies? Is it only on Disney? Because that would make a lot of sense. Oh, okay. It's showing up in Google Play as a buy. Yeah. No, so okay, you can watch on Disney Plus, but they also have it on other streaming services. Obviously, you'd have to pay to rent it with those. I'm assuming Disney Plus it's free. Let's see as I quickly double check. God, I hate Disney Plus's site. It has this weird habit of jumping and bouncing a lot. Yeah, okay, so it's free on Disney Plus, or it appears to be. So that's cool. Yeah, I intend to watch it too. I don't know how much of a rush I was in because I heard it was good, just not amazing or anything. And is that actress who I think it is? No, it's not. That's definitely not her. Okay. So, well, hey, if you feel like it, drop in and I guess chat about it in the movies channel. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet. I don't know how many people have, but hey, we might. And feel free to use the spoiler tag where necessary. But yeah, anyway, so with that, I think this is definitely into stream time because it's like 20 minutes past where I said, oh, hey, it's time to go. But anyway, thanks to everyone for coming by, hanging out, being part of the conversation, joining us on the RambleCast. As usual, if you'd like to help support the channel, there are links down below to Streamlabs, which I swear to God, I'm going to actually change to PayPal. And there's also Patreon, because yay Patreons. They haven't done anything to piss anybody off quite yet, I think. Maybe they will. We'll see what happens. And let's see. Come back this weekend to join me for whatever the hell ends up getting streamed. I'll try my best to give some sort of heads up on that. Let's see. Anything else? Yeah, okay, I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty much out of things to say, so if you're a Pixel 6 owner, hope your connection issues are not treating you badly. If you're a Galaxy Fold owner, I hope your window resizing issues go away. And if you're just using Android 12, which would be true for both of those groups, man, wouldn't it be great if it was just better? But with that, good night, everybody.